Hello and welcome to Unity 3D mobile game development course. In this course we will develop Android and iOS pubg TDM warehouse game clone, or you can say the Counter-Strike game clone. So in this course you will learn how to create a hero player character which will fight the rebels alongside with his team players. As you can see, our player character has 3 friends, and these 3 friends alongside with our player character, they will compete, or you can say fight, with the rebel AI enemies or AI enemy characters. So just like in TDM warehouse, the hero character, or you can say the player character, and his teammates, they have blue color. So you can see the blue digit is increasing when the player character or his teammate kill the enemy characters, while on the other hand the red color represent the enemies and his teammates, that is the rebel characters. When the rebel kill the player or his teammate, then the red digit increase, and when the blue team reach digit 10, that is when blue team kill 10 enemies, then they win the game. Similarly for the red team, when the red team reach 10, then they will win the match. So you will learn all these things in this course, that is how to develop 3D fully functional mobile games for the Android smartphones and for the iPhones, with all these amazing features just like you guys see in TDM, PUBG TDM warehouse or Counter-Strike game. Okay, we will develop these features in this course, in this game. And as I told you, let me tell you again, that is all the rebels or these enemy characters are AI programmed. Okay, they are AI enemies, and also the teammates of this our player is, they are also AI based. So I hope that you will love this course, because you will learn many things related to the mobile 3D game development using Unity game engine. And at the end of this course you will be able to make your own fully functional 3D mobile games, that is for the Android smartphones and for the iPhone. And as I told you, that is a red digit which is increasing. This represents basically the rebels, or you can say the enemy count. That is whenever the enemy kill our player character or the player character teammates, then this red digit will increase, while the blue one represents the player character and its teammates count, that is how much they kill the rebels. And now when the red team reach 10, then here you can see that is a red team victory.
Hello and welcome to this new project. So from this video onwards we will start creating our TDM clone for mobile phones. For that, first of all, open up your Unity Hub. As you can see, I am using Unity Hub version 3.1.2, and if I click on installs, here is my Unity version, which is 2021.3.2 F1. This is the latest Unity version, and as you know, I have the Android support for this Unity, so make sure that you also downloaded the Android support for your Unity version, okay, because this game will be for the mobile phones. So click on this projects, and then right here click on new project, and make sure that you are on the all templates. Right here, if we scroll down, here is the 3D mobile. Select this 3D mobile. If you didn't download this template, then make sure that you download it, and then right here let's name this as TDM clone. And if we click on this location, right here you can select the location or the path for your project. For example, I will store my project inside this Unity projects R. Okay, so I will click on that, select folder, and now as you can see, everything is set up. Now let's click on create project, and now in a minute or two our project will be created and up running, so just wait for it. So as you can see, here is our project. It is all set up. If we click on this game window right here, you can change this from game to simulator, and now you will have different mobile phones options as you can see. Okay, for example, let's select the Apple iPhone 7 Plus. Let's rotate it and let's turn on the safe area, and now inside this safe area we can put our UI stuff and create our game. Okay, so it is simple as that. Change this from game to simulator. So with our project created, now in the next video we will add assets to our game. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will add assets to our project. But before doing that, let me tell you one thing, that you can use your own assets as well if you want, but if you are following me then you can use my assets as well. Okay, these are actually not mine, these are all from the Unity asset store, so you can just go ahead and check them out on the Unity asset store. And also I will provide the link to download this zip file which is by the name of game assets. And then when you have this file, then click on this extract here, and after extracting that you will find this folder which is by the name of game assets. Now we don't need that, so if you open up this folder, in here we have these 4 Unity packages. First of all, let's open up this shooting environment, double click on it. This will automatically open up your Unity, and as you can see it will show this preparing package, so just wait for it. So now here is all of the materials and all of the other assets as well. Let's just simply click on import, and after importing you will find this FPS shooting environment folder. Double click on it. Okay, and then if we check the prefabs, here is all of the prefabs. Okay, now let's click on this scenes and let's click on this daylight. Okay, here is the environment now. Okay, some of the materials seems messed up. Okay, we have the puddles, so let's delete these puddles because we don't need that. And now we have some missing material from there as well. If we get back to the FPS shooting environment folder and then click on materials, right here we have this wood 3, so let's just simply drag and drop that on top of that building, and as you can see it now matches the environment. Also let's just drag and drop this one right there. Okay, this wood 2 and then this wood 3 right there on the box. Okay, and this one right there, and then this one right there, and then this wood 2 right there. And as you can see other materials are set up. Okay, but we just need to change these few materials, and as you saw it, now you can change these materials on your own as well. So this will be our environment basically, as you saw in the introductory video. Now after the environment, let's go back to this folder. Let's go ahead and add our player. So double click on this PBR military. So as you can see, here is the PBR military pack. Okay, so click on import. So now as you can see it is imported. Here is the PBR military pack. If you go inside the PBR soldier 1 folder and click on the prefabs, here is the soldier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on. Okay, and we will be using this PBR soldier 1 folder. Okay, after importing the soldiers, let's get back right here and let's add our rebels, which is basically the enemies. So double click on it, and as you can see it is preparing the package, so just wait for it. Okay, so here is the package. Let's just simply click on import. Okay, so it is imported. Let's click on this rebel01 folder, and here is all of the enemies. As you can see, you can use different enemies from this pack as well, and we will be using this but in the future videos. So now we have added these three. Okay, now the last one which is remaining is the sprites. So just double click on it, and as you can see, these are the sprites. Let's click on import. It is imported. Here is all of the sprites. Okay, and guys, if you are using some other sprites, then just make sure that you change the texture type to sprite 2D and UI. Okay, so it will be then like this. So now we have the assets added. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and set up our environment. Okay, everything is basically set up, but we just need to make some changes right here in the hierarchy. First of all, what we will do is to scroll down here a little bit, okay, and then create an empty game object by the name of environment. And inside this environment we will add all of the things, but first of all let me click on that and then unpack completely. After that we have this all props, so just hold down the shift button and then the down arrow key and select all of these. Okay, and then click on prefab unpack completely. Now as you can see, they are unpacked completely. We have the environment structures, the post process reflection camera. Okay, so just select all of this, just leave the camera outside and just drag and drop them inside the environment. Okay, let's drag and drop that up there, and this is our camera. Okay, which is right there. Let's just reset the transform of the camera and put the camera somewhere right here. That's it. Let's remove this script from this camera, and everything is all right and set up. Let's just actually now rename our scene. Let's rename this to something like TDM room. Click on reload. Okay, it is now changed to TDM room. You can name this whatever you want. So now our environment is set up. Now in the next video we will work on our player. So catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now from this video onward we will start working on our player. So adding player is fairly simple. We can just drag and drop the player body in the environment and then just simply add simple movement to the player. But it is not just movement. Our player should have gravity, our player should jump, drag, our player should have in-air movement, it can handle slopes, steps, it can do sprint and crouching, and also our player should interact with the physics objects. So some of these are easier with the character controller approach and some with the rigid body. For example, in the character controller component, it can handle steps, slopes, it doesn't stuck on walls, and it is also easy to make snappy. And the rigid body component comes with a built-in gravity, drag, and it also interacts with physics objects. So we need a player that knows that if he is on the ground or in the air, and also we want our player to just doesn't get stuck on walls. So as you know from my past projects, we use the character controller component because it is a lot more easier in the character controller component. But as you know that the character controller component doesn't interact with physics objects, but There are a lot different ways to get around that. Okay, so now we will create a player which has movement, which has gravity, ground checking, and jumping, in-air movement, steps, slopes, and also we will make sure that our player doesn't get stuck on walls, or you can say it need to be snappy. So before doing anything, let's just simply choose our character and add that inside our environment. Here are some different options. Okay, so we will use this body pipe. So just simply drag and drop this inside the environment. Here it is. Let's reset the transform of the body pipe. Let's drag and drop the body pipe right here. Okay, as you can see, here it is. Now let's click on that and prefab unpack completely. Now let's right click and right here select this create empty parent, and let's name this as player. Then click on body 5. Let's just simply copy this component from there and paste the component as new on the player, which is the parent game object of the body, and remove the animator from the body 5. Now if we check the simulator, here it is. Okay, now what we will do is to simply move the camera right there. Okay, it looks good as you can see. Let's focus up on our player. Let's actually move the player to the ground like that, and then let's just set the camera. Okay, here is the camera. Let's just actually play the game and see how does it looks. Okay, it looks good. Let's for now change this to the game mode. Okay, and check it out on the game mode. Okay, everything seems fine. Let's move the player manually to somewhere right there. Okay, let's move it down below, and let's actually move the camera towards the player as well. Okay, it looks good. So as you can see, our player is set up, and now in the next video we will add basic movement to our player, but before that we need to add the Cinemachine. So catch you guys in the next video. Hello and welcome back. So now before adding the basic player movement, let's simply add our Cinemachine. So you will find this Cinemachine in the resources, so go ahead and check that out and download it. But before adding that to the project, first of all guys, make sure that you add the Cinemachine package. Okay, so right here click on this window and then go inside the package manager. Okay, here is the package manager. Just change this packages to the Unity registry. Okay, and then if you scroll down right here you will find this Cinemachine, and also you can search for this as well. So guys, don't miss this step, okay, because many of you asked me this on the previous project that there is some problem with our Cinemachine, and the problem was that you guys missed this package, okay, this Cinemachine package. So first of all, make sure that you add this package. So just download it, and after downloading it, click on this install. So the Cinemachine package is added. Okay, if you click on this packages right here, you will see this Cinemachine, and if you click on this component you will find this Cinemachine right here. Okay, so now we can just simply add that inside our project. So right here, first of all, let's create a new folder by the name of prefabs, and inside this prefab let's drag and drop this. Okay, drag and drop that right there. Now we have the aim Cinemachine and the third person Cinemachine, and guys, we will be using this Cinemachine just for the PC testing, okay, this computer testing, when we will be adding the mobile controls, then we will add a script. Okay, so then the player should change the player facing by touch. Okay, for now we will be using these two, so just drag and drop them in there and then click on this prefab unpack completely, and as you can see the aim Cinemachine is disabled. Enable it, and once that is enabled, then select these both and drag and drop the player inside this follow and then inside this look at. Okay, and after that if we click on our camera right here, we need to add the Cinemachine brain like that. Okay, so now if we play the game, you will notice that when we move our mouse, the camera will rotate, as you can see. And the Cinemachine package is a really useful package from Unity. But as you can see, it doesn't look good like this. So what we can do, let's add that right there. Then the priority level of this third person machine is 10 and this one is 9, because at first we want our third person Cinemachine to be activated. Let's go ahead inside the body of the third person Cinemachine and change this X value a little bit right here and a little bit to the left side like that. Okay, now if we play this game in maximize, you will notice that now it looks really good like this. Okay, now let's minimize it and let's disable the third person, enable the aim Cinemachine, go inside the body and move it up right there like that. Okay, now let's click on maximize and aim Cinemachine will look good like this. Okay, so we will just leave everything now as it is. And guys, make sure that you add this Cinemachine prefabs. Okay, make sure that you download these. Okay, these were created by me. Actually, I have set all of the values of the Cinemachine so that we don't have to do it again and again for each project. Okay, we can just simply take these two and add this inside any project. So now we have this Cinemachine added. Now in the next video we will add basic movement to our players. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will add basic movement to our player. So in the previous video, as I told you, we will be using the character controller. So click on this player game object and right here let's add a character controller. Let's just drag this up there, and let me tell you that this character controller is basically a motor that will drive our player. Okay, as you can see, it has the slope limit, step offset, the skin width, minimum move distance, and then it has the center, the radius and height. Okay, so if we go inside the scene window now, as you can see, if you turn on the gizmos, okay, from here you will notice that this capsule type of thing is our character controller, and as you can see it doesn't fit the player body. So for that, what we will do, right here in the center right here, we will just simply change the y-axis to 1, and now as you can see it fits the player whole body. You can change the player height from here. Okay, and you can change the player width as well, like this. Okay, so we will leave this as 0.4. After the character controller, let's add movement. So for that we will create a folder by the name of scripts, and inside this scripts let's create a new C# script by the name of player movement, or we can name it as player script as well if you want. So we will name it as player script. Okay, click enter, and after that Let's open this up inside your favorite text editor. For example, I am using the Visual Studio Code. So open up the player script. Let's remove this start and update function, and at the top let's add a header by the name of player movement, and inside this player movement let's create a public float by the name of player speed, and by default this player speed will be equals to 1.9f. After this let's create another header. Let's name this header as player animator and gravity. In here we will add all of our animation and gravity variables. So we need a reference to our character controller. So we will say public character controller. Let's name this as CC, or you can say character controller. After that let's create a function by the name of player move, and inside this function we will allow the player to move. So as you know, the player move on the horizontal axis and the vertical axis, which is a basic movement. Okay, so first of all we will create a float by the name of horizontal underscore axis, and this will be equals to input dot get axis raw, and in here we want to get the horizontal axis. And after that let's create a float by the name of vertical underscore axis, and this will be equals to input, I don't know why it shows this. Okay, so we will say input dot get axis raw, and let's get the vertical axis. Okay, let's remove that input dot get axis raw vertical. Okay, so guys, as you know that horizontal axis is the left and right. Okay, so for example, if the player press the A button, then he will move to the left side, and if the player press the D button, then he will move to the right side, and this will be same for the arrow keys. Okay, if we press the left arrow key the player will move to the left, and if we press the right arrow key the player will move to the right. And this vertical is for moving forward and backward. So if the player press the W or the up arrow key the player will move forward, and if we press the S or the back arrow key the player will move at the back direction. Okay, and let me tell you one thing more, that on the horizontal axis is if the player press the A key, or you can say the left arrow key, then the value will be -1, and if we move to the right side, or you can say press the D and right arrow key, then the value will be 1, and similar for the vertical as well. So if the player press the W key or the up arrow key, the value will be 1, and if you press the S key or the back arrow key, the value will be -1. Okay, so in this way we can read the inputs from the player. Okay, right here we are simply taking, or you can say reading, the inputs from the player. And now we have the inputs. Okay, now what we will do next is to move the player according to that inputs. So if the player press the W key we want the player to move forward. Okay, and if we press the S key we want the player to move backward. Because now we have the inputs, so let's move our player. For moving the player we need direction. Okay, we want to know that where our player is moving. So for that let's create a vector3 by the name of direction, and this will be equals to new vector3. And inside this vector3 first of all we will give the horizontal axis, and after that we will say 0f. Okay, this is basically for the x-axis, and this is for the y-axis, and then for the z-axis we will pass the vertical underscore axis. Okay, and we want to normalize our movement. So for that, at the end we will use dot normalized. Okay, so now we have the direction. So after getting the inputs and then the direction, now let's move our player. So in order to move our player, what we will do, we will say direction, okay, which is basically the vector 3. So we will say direction dot magnitude. If that magnitude is greater than or equals to 0.1 f, okay, it means that if the player is moving, then we want to move the player, okay. And as I told you, we move the player by using the character controller, because character controller is basically a engine to move our player. So we will say cc dot move, or you can say character controller dot move. And here we will pass the direction, okay, in which direction we want to move, and then we will normalize that direction, and we want to move according to some speed, so the speed will be the player speed. And after that we want this player movement to be time dependent, okay. So we will say, we will actually multiply that by time dot delta time. So let me tell you quickly what we did right here. We basically take the inputs from the player, okay, and then by using that inputs we created a specific direction. And then when we have the direction, we say that if the magnitude of that direction is greater than 0.1 f, it means that if the player want to move, then by using the character controller we move the player towards that direction, and that direction is dependent of the player speed and then the time, okay. It is simple as that. So now we have the player move function. Now we want to call this function, so we will say public, or actually void update, okay, and inside this update we will call this player move function, and that's it. Save the script, okay, get back to the Unity, and after that click on the player, okay. We have the character control right there. Let's drag and drop this script on the player, and after that, as you can see, it needs a reference to the character controller, so just drag and drop the character controller right there. And now if we play the game, okay, here is the player. Now what we want to do, if we now press the W key or the up arrow key, our player will move, as you can see. And don't worry, he is playing the animation. This is due to this animator. Let's remove this animator for now from the player, okay. We don't want the player to play any animation. Now if we test it again, as you can see, here is the player. If we move forward, he is moving forward. If we move backward, he is moving backward. And don't worry, this is due to the camera moving inside the player, okay. We will fix that. Now if we move to the left side, and we can move to the right side, but as you can see, the movement is not that much realistic. Our player doesn't rotate to the left and right and to the backward as well. We don't want that. We want this movement to be a lot more good, okay. So in the upcoming videos we will work on our player movement. For now, you know how this basic player movement work. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. So in the previous video we have added the basic player movement. As you can see, our player can move forward, backward, and to the left and right, but as you can see, our player can't change the facing, okay. So we need to fix that. And first of all, we need to change this camera thing, okay. We don't want the camera to collide with our player, as you can see. So for that, what we will do is to simply click on this whole environment, okay, and let's tag this as environment. Let's click on it. Let's add the environment tag to it, and also let's add a layer to it. Okay, let's click on environment. Let's add the layer as well. Yes, change children. Then let's click on the player. Let's tag him as player, and let's add a player layer as well. So player, and let's click on this. Yes, change children. After that, let's select both of these cameras, and right here let's change this collide against. We want to collide against with the environment. We first of all select nothing, then environment. Okay, that's it. Now if we play it, as you can see, now it doesn't move inside our player, and now it will collide against the environment. As you can see, it just doesn't go inside this containers, it collide with it, as you can see. Now we want to change the player facing according to where the player wants to move. So for that, in the player script, right here at the top, let's create a float by the name of target angle, and this will be equals to mathf dot at2. This is basically a built-in thing inside Unity for the mathematic equations. Okay, I will explain this, but first of all let's complete our code. Right here inside this at2, we want to pass the horizontal axis of our direction, so we will say direction dot x and then the direction dot z. And now let's multiply this by mathf, and let's convert the radius to degrees. Okay, for that we use this rad 2deg. Guys, I know that this code looks a little bit confusing, but this is just a mathematic equation. Okay, but if you visualize this equation, then you will understand that how this equation work. Okay, so consider this as a coordinate system. This represents our whole environment or scene with our player right here in the center. This circle right here is the direction which we want the player to point in. So right here, then we use the at2 function. Right here we first give it the y coordinate and then the x coordinate, and we actually divide those two. So basically we first give the y and then the x coordinate of our direction to get the angle from the x-axis to the vector. So this assumes that our rotation start at 0 at the x-axis and then increase counterclockwise. So right here, if it is 0, then right here it will be 90, then it will increase again, then 180, and then 270. But in Unity, our character will have a rotation of 0. So this means that if the player is uh, facing forward, then the rotation will be 0, which is actually accurate. If the player is moving in the forward direction or just looking in the forward direction, it means that he is not moving or looking to the left or to the right, so the rotation will be 0. From here it increase in clockwise, and to take this into account, now right here, now we will first pass the x coordinate and then the y coordinate, and then it will work just fine. Then we will get the angle that we need. So now you know the reason behind this rad2.deg. So basically this will give us the direction in radians, and then we will convert that direction from radians into degree. So now after this, let's rotate our player towards that direction where the player wants to move. Okay, so we will basically change the transform of our player. So we will say transform dot rotation, this will be equals to quaternion dot Euler. In here for the x we will pass 0, then for the y we will pass the target angle, and then for the z we will pass 0f as well. And what this quaternion dot Euler will do is it returns a rotation that rotate the z degree around the z-axis and the x degree around the x-axis and the y degree around the y-axis. So basically this will rotate our player. Okay, so just save the script now, and now if we play the game, you will notice that now if we move forward, it is moving forward. If we now move to the left side, press the A button, as you can see our player can now change facing. As you can see, if we move forward, backward, left and right, our player change facing. But as you can see, the facing is really rough. We want the player facing to be smooth. Okay, so in the next video we will make the player facing smooth. So catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will make the player turning a little bit smoother. As you can see, our player is not turning that smoothly and realistic, as you can see. So let's close the game, and right here at the top let's create a header, and let's name this header as player jumping and velocity, and let's create a public float by the name of turn calm time, and this will be equals to by default as 0.1f. And after this let's create a float by the name of turn calm velocity. After this, right here right below this target angle, let's create a float by the name of angle mathf dot smooth temp angle. And what this smooth tap angle will do is basically it will gradually change an angle given in degrees towards a desired goal angle over time. So the value is smoothed by some spring damper. So in here we will say transform dot Euler angle dot y, and then in here we will pass the target angle, and then we will say ref. Let's pass the turn calm velocity and then the turn calm time, and then now right here instead of the target angle we will pass just the angle. Okay, because as you know that target angle make our turning a little bit harder. Okay, and now this angle will just simply make our turning smooth. Okay, so that's why instead of the turn angle we need to add the angle and change this to Euler angles. Okay, not just angle. So now let us simply save this. Okay, and make sure that you type every name, for example the smooth damp angle and the Euler angles correctly. Okay, or else it will give out an error. So after typing the code, save it, get back to Unity, and now when we play the game you will notice the difference. Now if we move forward and now if we try to turn, as you can see now the turning of the player is a lot more smoother than before. As you can see, it now just works as a charm. As you can see, let me maximize the screen. Okay, you can notice it now more. It just works perfect. Now the next thing which we will be doing is to making the player move in the direction where our camera points. For example, now as you can see our camera is pointing there and our player is moving forward. We don't want that. We want the player to move in the direction of the camera. Okay, so for that, catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so now in this video we will rotate our player in the direction of where the camera is pointing. So right here, before this player movement, let's create a new header by the name of player camera, and in here we need a reference to our main camera, and actually we need a reference to the camera transform. Okay, so we will say transform, and let's name this as player camera. Okay, now right here, as you know that we take the inputs from the user and then we create a specific direction and we move the player to that direction by using these inputs, okay, to the left and right, forward and backward. Now we want the player to rotate using the player camera. Okay, so for that, now with the inputs we will pass the player camera as well. So we will say plus player camera dot Euler angles dot y, and we will just need the horizontal axis, so that's why we use Euler angles dot y. After this, let's create another vector 3 now by the name of move direction, and this will be equals to quaternion dot Euler, and in here we will pass 0f and then the target angle, and then we will pass 0f, and let's multiply that by the vector 3 dot forward. Okay, and now right here instead of the direction we will pass this move direction vector 3. Okay, now if we save this, get back to Unity, then click on our player, as you can see now it need a reference to the camera transform, so just simply drag and drop the camera in there. It will automatically pick the camera transform. That's it. Now if we play the game, you will notice that our player can move forward, backward, left and right. Now if you point the camera to that direction and then try to move the player, okay, now as you can see the player just moves towards that direction, as you can see. And now let's just walk on the stairs. As you can see, our player doesn't have any gravity, so that's why the player doesn't move to the ground, because as I told you in the starting videos that the character controller doesn't come with a built-in gravity. So there are ways to add gravity to our player, so that will be our next step. So for that, catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add gravity to our player. For that, open up the script, and right here after this character controller reference, let's create a public float by the name of gravity, and this will be equals to minus 9.81f, which is the gravity value if you check it out on the internet. After that, right here in the player jumping and velocity, what we will do is to create another public float by the name of surface distance, and this will be by default equals to 0.4f. Okay, and before the surface distance, let's create a vector 3 by the name of velocity, and after this create a public transform. This will be basically a reference to our surface check. Okay, so name this as surface check. We will create a game object by the name of surface check, and we will assign it to this transform. Okay, but that is for the future. After this, we need a bool by the name of on surface. By using this, we will make sure that if the player is on the surface or not. Okay, we have already created the surface distance. Then we need a reference to our player mask, sorry, not the player mask, the surface mask. Okay, so we will say surface mask. Okay, make sure that you create all of these variables, and once that is done, so after this, now let's check if the player is on the surface or not. So for that we will set this on surface to physics dot check sphere, and in here we will pass the surface check dot position, and then the surface distance, and then the surface mask. Okay, and after that we will check if the player is on surface and the velocity dot y is less than 0. Then what we will do, we will simply set the velocity dot y to minus 2f. After this we will say velocity dot y will be equals to or plus equals to, basically right here we are giving gravity to our player, so we will multiply the gravity by time dot delta time. It means that when the player is in the air, okay, or you can say that if the player is falling, then we want that falling to be time dependent. Okay, we don't want that if the player reaches the edge and then jump and then in a second he's on the ground. Okay, we don't want that. We want a really realistic kind of falling. Okay, so we will make that time dependent, and after that we will move the player. Okay, we will move it and accordingly with the velocity, and let's make that velocity time dependent, so time dot delta time. So we have applied a gravity to our player, and also we are checking right here that if the player is on the surface or not. And if the player is not on the surface, so it means that the player is in the air. So then according with the time we will move the player down to the surface. Okay, and this will be just like a falling effect. Okay, so this is for checking if the player is on the surface, and here is this is the gravity. So let's leave a comment as gravity. Okay, so save the script, get back right here. If you see, we need a surface mask and also a reference to our surface check. So for that, first of all, right here on the player, what we will actually do is to create an empty game object inside the player. Okay, and let's name this as surface check. And now click on this player, let's drag and drop the surface check right there, and then you make sure that the surface check is right here in the player foot. Okay, make sure that you move the surface check down below right there, and once you have done that, then we need a mask. Okay, or you can say a layer. So let's just select this whole plane. Okay, let me first of all select all of this. Let's add a layer by the name of surface. Okay, and then select all of these things because this will be the surface, or actually we have already named this, actually change this environment to that layer which is environment, so we can give this the environment tag as well. So now let's play the game. Now as you can see that this thing was not on the box collider. Okay, our environment doesn't have the collider, or as you can see, let's add a mesh collider to it. Okay, we have added the mesh collider. Now let's check it out. Okay, our player is standing right there. Okay, let's move now right there. You will notice that our player can detect slopes, as you can see, and he's moving really beautiful, as you can see. Okay, now let's move there. Okay, our player is moving on the slopes as well, as you can see. So everything is working. And guys, let me tell you that you can just add your own terrain, or you can say this ground on the surface, okay, and then you can tell this player that that is the surface layer, okay. But as you can see that we make this whole environment, we add this whole environment to the layer environment, so that's why we assign the environment layer right there, okay, because this whole environment is workable for our player, so that's why we added that layer right there. You can change the environment to surface if you want, and then you can change that from right here to surface, and then the player will move on the surface as well. So for example, now we have added the surface mask right here, the surface and environment mask. Now if we change this to surface, our player will walk on this as well. As you can see, he is still walking on this. And if you check the player, let's go inside the debug mode. As you can see, it shows that our player is on the surface, because for the surface mask we have added the surface and environment. So this thing is on the surface and the other is the environment, and the condition becomes true, so that's why it is showing that yes, the player is on the surface. Okay, so you can name your layer whatever you want, and then just simply add that real layer right here, okay. Now with this done, our player has gravity. Now we want the player to sprint and jump, but that is for the future videos. Okay, so let's go ahead and add jumping to our player. But before that, let me show you one thing. If you click on this edit, then project settings, and right here in the input manager, as you can see, here is all of the defined buttons, okay, fire 1, fire 2, fire 3, jump, and horizontal and vertical axis, as you can see, okay. And then we have the mouse scroll wheel, and as you can see, here is the jump button, which is the space button, okay. So on this jump button we want the player to jump. So after this player move, let's go ahead and create a word jump method or function, whatever you call it. And then in here we will say that if input dot get button down, okay, and if that button is the jump button, and also we want to check that if the player is on the surface, okay, because for jumping of course we need a surface. So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will set the velocity dot y to mathf dot square root, and we will take the square root of the jump range. So basically right here at the top, let's assign a public float which will be by the name of jump range, and set this to 1f, okay. So now we will take the square root of the jump range, we will simply multiply that by -2 and then by the gravity, and this will basically move our player up in the air, okay. And let's just now leave this as it is. This will basically just make our player jump in the air. After this, right here in the update after the player move, let's call this jump function. Now save it, get back to Unity. If we see our player, here it is, we have the jump range. You can change the jump range according to your settings, okay. Now if we play the game, you will notice that our player is on the surface. Now if we simply press the space button. As you can see, our player can now jump. And okay, we don't have any animations, so that's why our game look a little bit ugly, but we will add animation to our player and then it will look really good. Now as you can see, our player can jump. Okay, now after jumping we need to add the sprinting to our player, so for that catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add sprinting, or you can say running, to our player. And adding sprint to the player is fairly simple, but first of all, right here let's create a public float by the name of current player speed. Okay, and let's just equal this to for now as 0f. And then right here in the player move, okay, what we want to do, we want the current player speed to be equals to the player speed. Okay, so as you can see, our player speed is 1.9f and the current player speed is 0f. So whenever we try to move our player, then this current player speed will be equals to the player speed, which is 1.9f. So whenever we move, the current player speed will be 1.9f. Okay, we just need this current player speed for some purpose, but you will understand this in the future. So for now, just do as I did right here. Okay, so now after this, let's create a public float again. Let's name this as player sprint. This will be equals to 3f, and let's create another public float by the name of current player sprint. Okay, and let's name this, equal this to 0f. And now for sprinting, let's just simply copy this function, and after this jump, paste it, and just change its name to player sprint. And now in here, instead of the player speed, we will call the player sprint float variable, and then the current player sprint will be equals to the player sprint. And that's it. It is now, as you can see, fairly simple to add player sprint in the game. And guys, after this player sprint, we need some other function for the player hit damage and also for the player die, but that is for the future. For now we will just leave a comment right here so that we know in the later videos. For now, let's just save this. And guys, actually change this player sprint to, for example, sprint. Okay, because the player sprint variable and the function name will be then similar and it will give out an error, so just change the name. And also make sure that right here in the update you call the sprint function. Okay, so make sure to do these changes. And then if you come back to Unity, as you can see, we have these variables set up. Now if we play the game, you will notice that when the player is stopped, as you can see, the current player speed is 0. But now if we move, as you can see, the player move. But as you notice that now on the WASD or the arrow keys, our player can also walk and run. We don't want that. We want the player to run on some specific button. Okay, for example, the sprint button. So first of all, let's just create a sprint button. If we go inside edit, project settings, and in the inside the input manager, if we see this file 3, which is the left shift, okay, in most of the game you will notice that on the left shift our player sprint, so we want this similar in this game as well. So right here, just change the name of this button to sprint, and it is, as you can see, set to left shift. Okay, and remove this mouse too, because we don't want the player to sprint on the right button of the mouse. We just want the player to sprint on the left shift. That's it. Okay, make sure to do that. Now let's just close that, and right here Let's add a if condition, and inside this if condition we will say that if input dot get button, okay, for this time we will use the get button, and if that button is the sprint button, okay, and also if the player is holding down the W button as well, so the key code will be dot W, or if the player is pressing down the up arrow button, so up arrow, and also if the player is on the surface, because we don't want the player to move in the air, so that's why we will use and on surface check as well. So if that is the case, then what we will do, we will simply make the player sprint. So let us move this a little bit forward, and right here let's close that bracket of the if condition. Now if we save this, get back to Unity, now let's play the game. You will notice that when we are simply moving, as you can see, the current player speed is now set to 1.9f. okay, we need to update this, so whenever we are not moving we want this current player speed to be 0. Okay, but that is for the future. For now let's just leave it as it is. Now if we try to hold down the shift button and press the W key, now as you can see our player is sprinting. So now as you can see our player can walk and can also sprint. As you can see he's walking, now he's sprinting, and now the player can jump and rotate around in the map. So the next thing which is remaining is the animations. So in the next video we will add animations to our player. So catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and animate our player. For that, if we click on the player, as you can see we already have an animator on our player. So let's go inside the PBR military pack, then PBR soldier 1. Inside the animation, as you can see, these are all the animation for this player. So just click on this player and then click on this window. Then right here in the animation, let's open up this animator window. As you can see, we have the animator window, and right here let's create an animator controller. Let's name this as player, and now click on the player again and drag and drop this animator right there. So this is the animator. Let's set these up. Okay, so right here click on this parameters, and let's create a bool right here and name this as walk. Then create another bool by the name of running, and then another bool, let's name this as jump, or actually we can delete this and create a trigger for the jump. And after that let's create another bool by the name of idle. Then the next bool will be idle aim, then aim walk, and after the aim walk let's create a fire. After the fire we will create another bool by the name of fire walk, and after the fire walk let's create a bool by the name of die, and then the last one will be reloading. Now let's find the animations right here. So as you can see these are different animation. So first of all we will select this idle animation. Okay, this is aiming idle, we don't want the aiming idle, we just want the idle animation. Okay, so Here it is. This is the idle animation. Drag and drop it right there. After the idle, we need the walk animation. So this is the walk animation. Drag and drop it right there. After walk, let's find the jump animation. As you can see, this one is the jump animation. Let's drag and drop it right there. After the jump, we need the running. So drag and drop the running right there. After this, we need the aiming idle. So it was somewhere right here. Okay, this is the aiming idle. Let's drag and drop this aiming idle right here. Then we need the aim walk. So if we select this one, okay, which is aiming and then walk. So just drag and drop this aiming walk right here, and then we can select this aiming walk again. Okay, just drag and drop it right there. If you double click on it, okay, this is the aiming walk, and basically we will name this now as shoot walk, because aim walk and shoot walk animation will be similar, so that's why we will use these same two animations. Okay, but just change its name so that you don't get confused in it. After that, we need the idle, aiming idle as well, because the aiming idle and the shooting animation will be similar, so just rename this to shoot. Okay, from right here. As you can see, the aiming idle and the shoot will be similar, as you can see. After this, we need a reload, or you can say recharge. So right here, as you can see, we have this aiming recharge. So let me move down a little bit right there. Okay, now drag and drop the recharge or reload right there, and then the final one will be the die. As you can see right here, this one is the dead animation, so just drag and drop it, as you can see. So now we have added all of the animations. You can rewatch this part again and add the animations and also the parameters. And guys, this shooting animation and this shooting parameters are for the future, but for now we are adding it so that we don't get confused in the later videos. Okay, we will connect the animation, but we will apply this animation by script in the future videos. Okay, for now just follow me. Now we will make transition between every animations. So the first transition will be from the idle to walk. Okay, so just make a transition from the idle to walk, and then from walk to idle. Okay, back and forth. Then just simply select the first transition, which is from the idle to walk. Remove this as exact time 0, and then right here make the walk true. Okay, right here add a condition and make this walk true. And then the transition, which is from walk back to the idle, right there just simply make the walk false. That's it. Then let's go ahead and make a transition from idle to jump, and then from jump back to idle, and right here remove this as exact time 0, and then make the jump trigger true. Then from the jump back to the idle, make the idle true, and remove this as exact time 0, or actually we can leave this as it is because we want the jump animation to be finished, and then the player can get back to the idle. That's it. Now let's make a transition from idle to run, and then from run back to the idle, and select the first transition of it, and simply remove as exact time 0 and make running true, and then select this other transition, which is from run to idle, remove as exact time 0, and just simply make running false this time. Okay, now make a transition from idle to aiming idle, and then from aiming idle to idle. Select the first one, which is from idle to aiming idle, and right here make idle aim true, remove as exact time 0, then select the other transition, remove as exact time 0 as well, add a condition, make the idle true, and then idle aim false. That's it. Now let's make a transition from idle to jump, and then from jump back to the idle. Then select this first transition, which is from idle to shoot. Sorry, it was not jump, it was shoot. Okay, so make a transition from idle to shoot, and then from shoot back to the idle. Okay, and then select this first transition, remove as exact time 0, and guys, right here follow me with full concentration, okay, or else you will mess up this animator controller. Okay, so in the transition make fire true, and then select the other transition. Okay, and make sure that you remove this as exact time 0, then select the other transition, remove as exact time 0 as well, and right here simply make idle true. Okay, now let's make a transition from idle to dead. Okay, and this will be just simply a one way transition. So right here remove as exact time 0 and just simply make die true. That's it. Now the idle transitions are complete. Now let's make a transition from walk to run, and then from run back to the walk. Select the first transition, remove as exact time 0, and right here simply make running true, then select the other transition, remove as exact time 0, and then add a condition, make walk true. Then let's make a transition from aiming to aiming idle, and then from aiming idle back to the walk. Select the first transition, remove as exact time 0, add a condition. Right here make idle aim true and make walk false. Then select the transition from aiming idle to walk, and right here make walk false, and then right here make the aim walk true. Actually make the walk true and the aim walk false, okay, from the transition which is from aiming idle to walk. Because when we are done aiming, if we want to walk, then we want to make the walk true. Okay, then let's make a transition from walk to jump, and then from jump back to walk, and right here make the jump trigger true, and then when we are done jumping, then we want to make walk true. Okay, which is this other transition. Then let's make a transition from walk to shoot walk, and then from shoot walk back to the walk. Select the first transition of it, and right here just simply make the fire walk true, and then the other select the other transition from the shoot walk back to the walk, and right here make the fire walk false. Then make a transition from walk to aiming walk. Okay, and then from aiming walk back to walk. Select the first transition, remove as exact time 0, and just simply make the aim walk true. Then select the other transition, remove that, and just simply make the aim walk false. Then, as you know, the final transition will be from walk to dead, and in here what we will do, we will simply make the die true. So our transitions are getting complex, so just make sure that you follow me focusedly. Okay, now select run and make a transition from run to dead, and simply make the die true, and that is it for the run. Also select the jump, make a transition to the dead, and right here make the die true. Then let's select this aiming idle, and let's make a transition from aiming idle to aiming walk. Then from aiming walk to aiming idle, select the first transition, remove as exact time 0, and right here simply make the aim walk true and the idle aim false. Then select the other transition, remove as exact time 0, okay, and then make aim walk false. Then let's go ahead and make a transition from aiming idle to recharge, and then from recharge back to the aiming idle. Select its first transition, remove as exact time 0, and right here simply make the reloading true, and then when we are done reloading we want to make reloading false. Then let's make a transition from aiming idle to dead and simply make die true. After the aiming idle, select the shoot animation. As you can see right here, we already make a idle animation from shoot to idle. Now let's make a transition from shoot to recharge, okay, and then from recharge back to shoot. Select its first transition, simply make reloading true, and then select the other transition, and right here make reloading false. Okay, it is getting messier more and more, but we are halfway close, so just let's complete this. Okay, I hope you can see the transitions. Now just let's select this shoot walk, and from here make a transition to recharge, and from recharge back to shoot walk. Right here make reloading true, and then right here make the reloading false. Then make a transition from shoot walk to dead, and right here simply make die true. Then let's make a transition from aiming walk to recharge, and then from recharge to aiming walk. Right here you know the transition, make reloading true, and then make reloading false. Then make a transition from aiming walk to dead, select it and make die true. So with this our transitions are now completed. Okay, and in the next video we will apply this animation to our player by using script. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add animations to our player. Open up the player script. Right here under the player animator and gravity we will create a public animator. Okay, this will be a reference to our animator, and then let's go inside the player move function. Right here when we are moving, okay, and we are rotating, we want to play certain animations. So that animations will be, let me tell you, first of all type animator dot set bool, and the parameter name is walk, and we want that to be true when we are walking. Okay, this is basically this walk parameter. Okay, and when this is true, as you can see, it will play this walk animation. Okay, simple as that. After this we want the running to be false, because when we are walking then we just simply want to walk. And right here also we want the idle to be false as well, because when we are walking we don't want the player to be in idle. And after this we will say animator dot set trigger this time, because as you know that the jump is a trigger. Okay, so we will say set trigger, and we will say jump, because when we are walking we can also jump, so that's why we will set this trigger. After this let's say animator dot set pool, and right here what we want to do, we want the aim walk to be false. And after this we will say animator dot set pool. Let me just copy this so that we don't have to type it again and again. Right here we will set the idle aim to be false as well. Okay, After this, let's add a else condition, and in the else condition it means that if we are not walking or rotating, then what we want to do. When we are not walking, it means that we are in the idle. So first of all we will set the idle to true, okay, and after this we will say animator dot set trigger, because if we are not walking we can still jump, so we will set the jump trigger. And after this we want the walk to be false, running to be false as well, and aim walk to be false as well. You can just pause the video and type all of this, because typing it again and again is just a waste of time. So I just want to speed up this process, because it is just a simple line of code, okay, which we are typing again and again. Now when we are not walking, we want the current player speed to be 0f, okay. Right here in the previous video, if you notice, we set the current player speed to be the player speed, okay, and then when we stop walking, our current player speed was still equals to player speed, which is 1.9f. So when we are not walking, we want the current player speed to be 0, okay. After this, let's jump into our jump function, and right here as you can see we said that if we press the jump button and if we are on the surface, then what we want to do, we will say animator dot set pool, and right here we want the walk to be false, because when we are jumping then we don't want to walk, we just simply want to jump, so we will set the jump trigger. Okay, make the J capital. After this, when we are done jumping, then we want to reset the trigger of the jump, okay, because we don't want to jump again and again. So for that we use this reset trigger, okay, animator dot reset trigger jump. After this, let's run towards our sprint function, and this is similar to the walk one, okay, but the only change in here will be that we will set the running true and idle walk and idle aim false. After this, when we are not sprinting, or you can say running, then what we want to do, we want the idle to be false and the walk to be false as well, and simply we want the current player sprint to be 0, okay. When we are not running, we want this to be 0, and we will add the die animation, but that is for the future, okay. For now we can just ignore that. We have added the animations. Now let's save it. Right here, change this from dot to that, okay, then save it. Let's change it into the scene view. Here is our player, and now right here, as you can see, it need a reference to the animator, so just simply drag and drop the animator. And guys, you will notice that when we play the game, you will notice one thing, that it will play the walk animation just for once, as you will notice. As you can see, now the player is stopped. Now if we try to run, as you can see, he plays the run animation just for once. And now if we try to jump, he will play the jump animation again and again, because we are resetting the jump trigger, okay, so that is fine. But we want the idle animation to be in loop time, okay, so just double click on the idle and click on loop time, click apply, then double click on the walk and select loop time, click apply, then select double click on the run, click loop time and apply, then the same for the aiming idle, click loop time, apply, then shoot, select loop time and apply. Okay, we already did for the running. Let's select the shoot walk, select loop time and apply. Okay, let's select the aiming walk, it is already in loop time. And the recharge, okay, we just want that to be just for once, and the dead is okay as well. Okay, so just make the idle walk, run, aiming, walk, shoot, and aiming idle in loop time. Okay, and now if we play the game, it will play the animation in a loop. Okay, you will notice, as you can see, he is playing the idle animation. As you will notice that when this is finished, it will play again, as you can see. Okay, now if we try to walk, as you can see, we are walking perfectly, as you can notice. Let's run. We can run as well, we can jump, as you can see. Okay, now let's run in the environment. The environment seems a little bit bigger than the player. Okay, don't worry, we don't have the mesh collider on this thing, so that's why it just run inside it. Okay, we will apply the mesh collider to it, don't worry. Okay, the environment is a little bit too big, so we will resize the environment, but we will do that in the upcoming video. For now, you notice how the animation works. Now if we put this right here, okay, and then try to play the animation, you will notice the animation changing accordingly. Okay, now as you can see, the idle is true. Now let's just walk. As you can see, the walk is being true. Now if we try to run, so just hold down the shift button and W. As you can see, now running is true. Now if we try to jump, as you can see, it jumps, it plays the animation, as you can see. Okay, so our animations are working for the player. Now we have the rifle animation, so in the upcoming videos we will work on the player rifle. We will allow the player to shoot. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now from this video onwards we will start working on our rifle. So right here in the scripts folder we will create a separate C# script for rifle, and we will add really advanced feature to our rifle. For example, our rifle will have a reload system, our rifle will have a fire charge, and we will also add muzzle flash, or you can say muzzle spark, and also we will add the impact effect. So if we hit something right here in the environment, it will have a impact effect, and if we hit the enemy, then we will show the blood effect. Okay, this will be a really fully functional rifle with a reload system as well. So first of all, let's create a C# script by the name of rifle, and then select player, and inside the player body, and then right here we have this Tommy gun mesh. Just simply drag and drop the file right there. Okay, so we have this script attached. Now let's open this up. Okay, so right here let's remove that, and let's add a header by the name of rifle, and then in here we will create a public reference to our main camera. So we will say camera, and we will name it as camera as well, but camera is a predefined word in C#, so we will just use cam. Okay, after that we will create a public float by the name of give damage, and this will be basically the value that how much our rifle bullet will damage the enemy, so it will be 10 units. After that we will create another float by the name of shooting range, and basically this will be the range of how much a rifle can shoot. Okay, how far a rifle can shoot, so that will be 100 units. After that, let's create a function by the name of shoot, and in here what we will do, we will basically shoot bullets using a raycast. So let me give you some information about raycast. Raycast in Unity is a physics function that projects a ray, okay, an invisible ray into the scene, and it returns a boolean value. So if a target was successfully hit by that ray, then when that happens, then we get some information about whatever we hit. Okay, such as distance, position, or a reference to the object transform. And we store all of that information in a raycast hit variable. So let me give you an example that how we will use this raycast. Okay, this raycast shooting. So for example, if this is our camera and instead of the camera you can use whatever game object you want, but as you know that our camera face forwards, so that's why we will cast an invisible ray from our main camera in the forward direction. Okay, so for example, if this is our camera, okay, then from this camera we will ray cast an invisible ray, okay, which radius will be 100 units. Okay, so we will ray cast an invisible ray, and for example this is our enemy. Okay, just don't mind my first grade painting. Okay, I'm just giving you an example. So for example, if we have this ray, okay, which is coming from the main camera and it hits this enemy. Okay, so as I told you that raycast give us information such as distance, position, or the object transform. Okay, so we will add a if condition and we will say that if this raycast hit something that is on the enemy tag, so for example this is the enemy, or you can say if that object is containing a enemy script, then what we want to do, we want to give that object this damage. Okay, so it will basically give damage to this enemy. So now let's do this encoding and see how this will look. So as I told you, we store the information in a raycast hit variable. Okay, so right here in the function we will create a raycast hit. Okay, this is the type of the variable, and let's name this as hit info, and inside this hit info we will store information, okay, about whatever we hit. Okay, so now right here we will say that if physics dot raycast, okay, and right here we will first give a reference from which game object we want to raycast invisible ray and in which direction, forward, backward, left or right. Okay, so we will say that we want to raycast array from the camera transform. Okay, so we will say camera dot transform dot position. Okay, and then in which direction we want to raycast array, we will say camera dot transform dot forward. Okay, and after that we want to get all of the information, so we will store all of the information of whatever we hit inside this hit info. Okay, so now we have stored the information, and now we want to limit our raycast. Okay, we don't want our raycast to just go for infinity range. So as you know that we have the shooting range, so we will give the range to our raycast, and after that, as you know, for now we don't have any enemy, so for now we will just show whatever we hit in our console. So for that we will simply say debug.log, and in here we want to see the just transform of whatever we hit, so we will say dot transform dot name. Okay, so it will basically give us the name of whatever we hit. Okay, so now if we save this and then come at the top right here, we want to add the update function actually, so let me type update. Okay, here it is. Now also we want to know that on which button we can fire, and of course that will be the fire one button. It is predefined in the Unity buttons. Okay, I will show you. So we will say input dot get button down, and if that button which is pressed is the fire one button, then what we want to do, the fire one button is basically the mouse left button. Okay, and if that is pressed, then we want to call this shoot function. Okay, our code looks fine and clean. Now let me show you this fire one button in Unity. Before going back to Unity, let's change this from camera to cam. Okay, because as you know right here we name this as cam. Okay, I don't know why I forget that, but okay, just change it to cam and that's it, save it. Now right here if we click on our Tommy gun mesh, as you can see it need a reference to our camera. So here is the camera, let's drag and drop the camera in there. Now let's save the game, let's play it now. Okay, here it is. Now if we try to shoot something, for example this container, let's open up the console, okay, and let's try to shoot. As you can see it shows that the raycast is hitting this cargo container. We hit it once, now twice, and 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's hit something else. As you can see we are hitting the cube. Now let's hit this container. As you can see we can hit different objects. Okay, we are hitting different objects, so it means that our raycast is working fine. Okay, we don't have any mesh collider on this one as well. Don't worry, we will add the mesh colliders. But now as you can see our shooting works pretty fine. Let me quickly add a colliders. I don't know why this map is missing the colliders. Let's click on add component, mesh collider. And I think we didn't have a mesh collider on this one as well, as you can see. So add the mesh collider, that's it. Okay, we have mesh colliders attached to the other objects. Let's add the mesh collider to this as well. Okay, to this one as well, mesh collider, and there as well, mesh collider, that's it. So our shooting now works, and in the upcoming videos we will focus up on our rifle. So catch you guys in the next one. So as you know that we can now shoot. Okay, so the next thing which is missing is the crosshair, and also we can't aim. For example, if you play the game, let me show you that we can't aim, we can only fire. Okay, so we don't want that. We want the player to fire, I mean to aim. For that we will make a script, but first of all let's add crosshairs. So right here in the sprites, as you can see, we have these two crosshairs. So let's create a UI canvas. Let's name this as third person canvas. Okay, and let's create another canvas. Let's name this as, for example, aim canvas. Okay, you can name this whatever you want. Now in the third person canvas, let's create a UI image. Okay, this will be in the middle center, and this is the third person. So in the third person we want the crosshair to be bigger, like that. Click on set native size, and as you can see it now looks good. Okay, after that let's go inside the aim canvas. Inside the aim canvas let's add a image, and inside this image let's add our crosshair, and let's click on this set native size. Okay, so when we are in the third person view we want this bigger canvas to be shown, and when we are not we want the aim canvas to be shown. Okay, and also we want to switch between the cameras, so it shows that effect that we are aiming. For that, in the scripts, let's create a new C# script by the name of switch camera. Click on the player body and then Tommy gun mesh, apply the script, open up the script, and now in here, first of all we need to add a header, and inside this header we will say camera to assign. Okay, first of all we need a reference to our aim camera, so we will say public game object. Let's name this as aim cam. Then let's create another public game object. Let's name this as aim canvas. This will be a reference to our aim canvas which we created, and then we need a reference to our third person camera, so we will say public game object. Let's name this as third person cam. After this we need a reference to our third person canvas, so we will say third person canvas. That's it. Right here we will add a update function, and inside this update we will say that if input dot get button. Okay, so it means that if we press the fire 2 button, which is the mouse right button, on that button we want to aim, and right here we will also say that if we are walking and aiming, then we want to play some different animation, so that is for that, but for now let's just leave it. Okay, just type this code which I am typing right here. If we are firing and moving, okay, we can also move on the arrow keys as well, so we will add a reference to that as well. So key code dot up arrow. Now in here we will say that if we are aiming and moving forward, then we want the third person camera to be deactivated, okay, because we are aiming, so we will set its active to false, and also we want the third person canvas to be deactivated as well, so set it to false. And yes, now we want the aim camera actually to be activated, so we will set its active to true, and after this we want the aim canvas to be set active to true. Okay, after this if we are just aiming, so we will say else if. Let's copy that code, paste it down below. It means that if we are just aiming, then what we want to do, we want to do the same thing as we are doing up there. So just simply copy and paste it down below. And after this, let's add a else block. And in the else, it means that if we are not aiming, then it means that we are not aiming. Okay, so we will set this third person camera to true and the canvas as well, and we will set these two to false. That's it. Let's just simply save this, get back to Unity. Now we need to assign these things. Okay, so first of all we need to assign the third person camera, then the third person canvas, and also the aim Cinemachine and the aim canvas. That's it. Save the game. Let's play the game now, and you will notice that as you can see, our aim Cinemachine and aim canvas is deactivated by default. We are now in the third person view. Now if we press the fire 2 button, as you can see, now we are aiming, as you can see, and now we are not aiming, and we want this movement to be a little bit faster. So if we click on our camera, as you can see right here, we have this default blend right here. Let's change this to 0.01, and now our blend will be faster. You will notice it. As you can see, it is a lot more faster, as you can see. So now we can aim as well. Okay, our aiming now works, and with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will give damage to a random object in our scene. Okay, so that you guys know that how we can give damage to different objects. Okay, and then in later in this course we will give damage to the enemy once we have create our enemy AI. Okay, for now let's just give damage to this box. Okay, this wood crate. So right here what we will do, is, first of all, we will create a C# script. Let's name this as object or objects, because you can apply this script then to whatever object you want. And then right here, let's remove that, and at the top let's create a public float, and let's name this as object health. Okay, and by default this will be equals to 100f. And then right down below we will create a function, or you can say a method, by the name of object hit damage. And in here we will pass a float by the name of amount. Okay, so then this function or method will need a amount. Okay, and after that we will say that object health minus equals to amount. And from where this amount will come, this will come from the rifle script. So right here we will type a code, so that whenever we hit whatever object that is containing this object script, okay, if we hit that, then we will give this damage to that object. Okay, and then this give damage will be equals to this amount, and then as you can see this is the amount, so consider this as 10f. Okay, so now this amount is 10f, so then 10f will be minus from this object health. Okay, so for example, if the object health is 100, and as you know our rifle give damage of 10 units, so 100 minus 10 will be then equals to 90. So then the object health will be 90, and as we shoot the object health will simply decrease. Okay, so after that what we want to do, we will say that if the object health become less than or equals to 0 f, okay, then what we want to do, it simply means that if the object dies. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to destroy this object. So for that, first of all, let's right here create a function by the name of die, and in here we will say destroy, and we will simply destroy that game object. Okay, whatever game object contain the script, that object will be then destroyed. And right here we will simply call this type function. Now let's pass a value to this amount from the rifle script. So now you will be thinking that how we will apply damage to that specific game object. For that we will create a reference to this object script. Okay, so as you know its name is object. Okay, its main class name is objects. So right here we will say objects, and we will name this as objects as well. Okay, the O is small this time, and this will be equals to hit info dot transform dot get component, and then right here we will say objects. Okay, so what this means, this simply means that if we hit whatever in our scene, okay, and for example if we hit some object, for example that box which I showed you, and if that box contain this objects script, okay, then we will get all of the information about that. And then we will say that if objects is not equals to null, okay, it means that if it contains the script, then what we will do, we will simply say that objects dot object hit damage. Now this is basically this function object hit damage, and it needs this amount, so let's pass this amount to it. So we will say give damage, and give damage is this 10f. Okay, so now this give damage will pass to this amount, and then it will just minus that amount from the object health, and when the health become less than or equals to 0, the object will simply get destroyed. Okay, so that is fairly simple, and I hope you understand it. Now let's just save this, get back to Unity, and now let's click on this object. Okay, first of all let's add a mesh collider to it, and actually you can add a box collider to it as well, because this is a box, so we will add the box collider. Okay, and then let's drag and drop the script right there. Okay, this is the health, and now if we play the game, you will notice that now if we try to hit this object, okay, first of all let me just lock the cursor whenever we play the game, because it gets really irritating like that. So in order to do that, right here we will create a start function, and in here we will just simply say that cursor dot lock state, and this will be equals to cursor lock mode, and lock mode will be dot locked. Okay, that's it. Now save it, and now if we play the game, you will notice that our cursor will be locked to the screen. As you can see, now it is locked. Okay, it is now in the center of the screen. Okay, so now let's try to hit this object. First of all, let me click on it. Actually, this is the object, this is the health. As you can see, we shoot on it, so that's why it is, the object health decreases to 90. Now if we try to shoot it again, okay, let's zoom in, aim on the object, let's hit it. As you can see, it is now 80. You can notice it right here, okay, on the script. Now let's hit it again. 70, 60, 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, and now as you can see, it becomes 0 and the object is being destroyed. Now if we stop the game, it will appear again, because whatever happens in the game window doesn't affect our scene. Okay, so in this way we will give damage to our enemy as well, and then we will kill the enemy. Okay, this was just a basic understanding of how you can give damage to different objects. So now you can apply this script to whatever object you want, and then just give the object a health, okay, your specific health, and then when you try to hit that object, it will get destroyed. So with this done, let's end this video right here. Okay, so now in this video we will add fire charge to our rifle. For that, in the scripts, let's open up our rifle script, and right here in the rifle things, let's create a public float by the name of fire charge, and this will be equals to 15f. Then after this, add another header, and let's name this header as rifle ammunition and shooting. Right here we will create a private float by the name of next time to shoot, and this will be equals to 0f. And guys, you know what fire charge or fire rate means? It is basically a rate of fire, or you can say a charge of fire is the frequency at which a specific weapon can fire, or you can say launch its projectiles or bullets. Okay, so since we have a automatic rifle, then we will add a specific fire charge to it. Okay, you can change this fire charge or fire rate according to your weapon if you are using some different weapon, because as you know that every weapon has its own fire rate. Some has higher fire rate or fire charge, and some weapons have a low firing rate. So I just want to tell you that a fire charge or a fire rate makes the weapon able to fire many bullets in seconds. And since we will be dealing with raycast, so our raycast acts as bullets, so you can consider this as bullets as well. Okay, so right here when we fire, okay, then right here we want to add the fire charge. So first of all we will say that if the current time, okay, this time dot time means current time is greater than or equals to the next time to shoot. Okay, next time to shoot is for now equals to 0f. So if that is the case, then right here first of all what we will do, we will say that we will basically equals the next time to shoot to the current time, and then we will say plus 1f divided by fire charge. So 1 divided by 15, okay, this fire charge is equals to 15 is 0.06. So what this means now? This means that our rifle will shoot a bullet, or you can say a ray cast, every 0.06, which is really fast. And basically you can say that our rifle will now shoot in intervals. Okay, so for now let's just save this, and as you know that our rifle before adding the fire charge was in single shot. Okay, now if you check it out, it will shoot really fast but in intervals because we have applied the fire charge. You will notice it. Let me show you the player. Okay, let's now shoot, but first let me show you the console. You will notice that now if we hit this, okay, as you can see it still shoots in single shot. Whenever we press the fire 1 button, it shoots. As you can see, it doesn't shoot according to the fire charge which we applied, and this is because of this down. Okay, so now we need to remove this down from there. Okay, just leave it as cut button. And now if we check it out, let me play this in maximize. Okay, and actually let's open up the console as well so that you guys can see. Okay, so now if you try to fire this container, you will notice that when we hold down the left key of the mouse, as you can see, it just shoots and shoot again and again and according to the fire charge. Okay, for now we don't have any visualization of to the rifle. We didn't added anything, so in the future videos we will add muzzle spark and impact effect to our rifle, so that whenever we shoot, then we have this visualization that yes, our rifle is shooting. But that is for the future, and let's end this video right here. Okay, so now in this video we will add a reload system to our rifle, and also we will add magazines to our rifle. Okay, so in the rifle script right here in rifle ammunition and shooting, let's create a private integer by the name of mag, and let's set this to 15, and above this let's create a private integer again, and let's name this as maximum ammunition. I think it's double M in the start, and the maximum ammunition by default will be 20. Okay, after that we will say private integer. Let's name this as present ammunition, and this will be for now as null. And then let's create a public float by the name of reloading time. This will be basically the time in which the rifle will reload itself. Okay, or you can see the player will reload the rifle in this 1.3 f second. Okay, or 1.3 seconds. Then let's create a public pool by the name of set reloading, and by default this will be equals to false. That's it. Now right here in the start, let's create a awake function, and in the awake we will set the present ammunition to the maximum ammunition. So as you can see, the present ammunition is 0, and then when the game start it will be equals to 20f. Okay, or 20 bullets if you say. After this, let's go ahead in the shoot function, and let's create a enumerator type function. Let's name this as reload, and let me tell you about enumerator. The simple definition for enumerator will be that it allows to stop the process at a specific moment. Okay, and then if we want to return something, then we can get that, we can return something as well, and after that it gets back to the point whenever you need it. Okay, so as I told you, it stop a process at a specific time. Okay, so right here we will stop the time when the bullets become equals to 0, then we will stop the shooting thing. Okay, we will stop that, and we will first of all reload, and after reloading we will continue. Okay, continue with shooting, we will allow the player to shoot again. So right here, first of all, when we are reloading, then what we want to do, we want the player speed to be 0. So for that we will say player speed equals to 0, and now we need a reference to our player script. Okay, and then this player speed. So first of all, right here at the top, right down below, let's create a public player script, and let's name this as player. So now we can reference to anything that is on the player script. Okay, for example, the player speed, as you can see right here. After this, we also want the player to not run as well, so we will set the player sprint to be 0f as well, and after that we will set the reloading to true. Okay, and when the reloading is set to true, just for safety, let's put some message in our console, for example reloading. So type debug.log reloading. After this, we want to play the reloading animation, and also we will play the reloading sound as well, but that is for the future. After this, we will say yield return. As I told you, in numerator we can return a thing as well. So right here we will say yield return, wait for seconds. We want to wait for some seconds, and that seconds will be the reloading time. After this, we will say animator dot set bool, and right here, actually we don't have any animation, so for now just skip it. Right here we will deactivate the animations as well, so for now let's just leave that as it is, and then down below let's add bullets to our present ammunition again. So we will set the present ammunition to the maximum ammunition, and after this the player can easily walk again. So we will say player dot player speed, and it is 1.9f, and then the player can run again. So player dot player sprint will be equals to 3f, and after this we will set reloading to false. That's it. Now let's save this, and let's scroll up. Right here in the update, before shooting, we will say that if set reloading is false, okay, if the player is not reloading, then we will return, and then we will say that if the present ammunition becomes equals to less than or equals to 0, okay, then what we want to do, we want to call the reload function. So it is a enumerator function. For that we need to type start coroutine. I don't know if I am spelling that right or not, but it is something like this. And then in here we will type the reload function name, and then we will say return. So when it returns, it will go back to the other things, for example filing again. So we have added the reloading. Now let's add the magazine system. Okay, so for that, right here in the shoot function, what we will do, we will say that if the mag, okay, which is basically this mag, we will have a 15, okay, 15 magazines in our rifle. So we will say that if the mag is become equals to 0. Okay, it means that if we don't have any magazines, that what we want to do, we want to show something to the user that you are out of ammo or something like that. So for that we will show ammo out text, but let's just leave this for now and write down below. We will say that if the present ammunition is decreasing. Okay, so whenever we shoot, we will decrease the present ammunition by 1. Okay, and after that we will check if the present ammunition is equals to 0. Okay, if we have fire all of the 20 bullets, then after that we want to decrease 1 mag. Okay, every time the present ammunition become equals to 0, we want to decrease the mag. So if the player shoots all of this 20 bullets, then the player will reload, and after reloading, this magazines will be then 14. And when he fire all of the bullets again, the player will reload, and then the magazine will be 13. Okay, so this will work in that way. So let me tell you again what we did right here. First of all, we have defined all of these variables. We add a reference to our player script. After that, we created a reload function in which we just simply say that if we are reloading, then we don't want the player to run or walk. Then we set the reloading to true, and then we show in the console that we are reloading. For now we don't have any animation. Okay, so that's why we will show in the console that if we are reloading or not, so that we know that yes, reloading is working or not. After that we wait for some second, okay, which will be the reloading time, and at that time we will play the reloading sound and also the reloading animation as well. And when that is done, we will simply set the present ammunition to the maximum ammunition, which is basically 20. We will make the player to walk and run again, and we will set this to false. So now we have a fully functional reload function. Now we need to implement it. So we have implemented it right here. We say that if the set reloading is false, it means that if the player is not reloading, we will simply skip. And then right here we will check if the present ammunition is 0. Okay, less than or equals to 0, then we will reload. Okay, and then every time we reload, we will decrease the number of magazines. Okay, right here. And then if that magazines become equals to 0, we will show to the player that you are out of ammo, but that is for the future. So this was it. Now let's save this script, get back to Unity. Now if we click on our rifle, as you can see, we have the fire charge and everything right here. Let's assign the player script. Just simply drag and drop the player game object, and it will automatically pick up the script from it. Okay, and that is it. Now let's try to play the game, and first of all let me change this into debug mode, okay, so that we can see the number of magazines and the present ammunition. So now let's change to console so that you can see the reloading message as well. Now if you try to shoot, as you can see the present ammunition is decreasing. Now let's shoot in automatic. As you can see, it shows that set reloading was true, and now the number of magazine is 14. Okay, and it shows reloading right there. So it means that our reloading and magazine system is working perfectly fine. Now let's end this one magazine again. Now as you can see, it shows set reloading, and now the magazine is 13. Now it is 12. So it means that our reloading and magazine system is working perfectly fine. And now in the next video we will add the shooting animations and also the reloading animations to our player, because that is the one thing which is missing from our player. Okay, so for that, catch you guys in the next video. Okay, so as you know that our rifle is now fully functional. Now let's open up the animator. So in the animation, let's open up this animator window. Okay, as you can see right there, let's me add the game window right there as well. Okay, so in the animator, if you check it out, we already have the animation set up for firing and reloading and everything. Okay, if you don't know how we did that, you can just go ahead and watch the previous videos. When we were animating our player, we already did all of that. Now the only thing which is remaining is to implement the all animation to our rifle. So first of all, we will start from our switch camera. Okay, open up the script, and right here let's add a reference to our animator. So we will first of all add a header by the name of camera animator. Let's create a public animator, and let's name this as animator as well. Then down below, right here, when we are aiming and walking, then we want to play some specific animation. So first of all, we will say that animator dot set bool, and what we want to do, we want to set the idle to false. Okay, and after this we will say animator dot set bool. We want to make the idle aim to be true, because if we are walking and aiming, then we want the idle aim to be true as well. And after that we will say animator dot set bool, and we want the aim walk to be true. And also, if we are aiming and walking, then we want the walk to be true as well, because if we remove up our finger from the aiming button, then the player will still be walking. Okay, so that's why we want the walk to be true as well. So let's set this to true, and let me show you these parameters. Right here, if we check our animator, okay, here is the idle, aim, walk, fire walk, and reloading. Okay, we already have set that in the previous video, so just you can go ahead and watch that video. Okay, so we have added the animation for aiming and walking. Now right here, if we are just aiming, then what we want to do, let's just actually copy these animations, okay, and paste it down below. Let's move this one. And when we are aiming, we of course want the idle to be false, we want the idle aim to be true, and then we want the aim walk to be false, and we want the walk to be false as well, because we are just aiming. And after this, in the else block, if we are not aiming, not nor walking, then what we want to do, so just copy and paste it again. And right here we will this time set the idle to true, and this other thing, the idle aim and the aim walk, will be set to false. And let's remove the walk from there. That's it. So this was animation for the switch camera, okay, or you can say for aiming. This was our aiming animations. Now if we just simply save this, get back to Unity, let's change into scene, and actually let's get back to the normal mode. Okay, and let's open our player body, then Tommy, then mesh, and right here we need to add a reference to our animator. So just simply drag and drop the player game object, it will automatically pick up the animator. Okay, as you can see. Now if we play the game, you will notice that our animation will be working perfectly fine. Okay, as you can see, when we are aiming, it is playing the aiming animation, as you can see. Okay, and now if we are walking and then the enemies comes right there, and then we aim and try to shoot him, as you can see, we can aim and shoot the enemy, as you can see. Okay, and then if we stop aiming, we are back to walking. Now we are aiming as well. Now if we just stop walking, as you can see, we are still aiming. Okay, so our aiming animations are now working perfectly fine. Now in the next video we will add the shooting animation and the reloading animation to our rifle. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up our rifle script. And in the rifle script at the top, let's create a reference to our animator. So we will say public animator. Let's name this as animator as well. Then right here, if we are firing, then what we want to do, we want to play some specific animation. So we will say animator dot set bool, and let's set the fire animation to be true. Okay, and we want the idle animation to be false because we are now firing. And after this, let's add a else if block, and in here we will simply say that if we are firing and we are walking, then we want to play some specific animation. So for that, in the switch camera, let's actually copy this line from there, and right here let's paste it, and it is fire one button, and this thing will be the same if you are firing and walking. Okay, if that buttons are pressing at the same time, then what we want to do, first of all, we want the idle to be false, we want the idle aim to be true, then we want the firewalk to be true. Okay, and guys, make sure that you type these names correctly according to your parameter names. Okay, for example, my parameter names are right here. Okay, so I am typing these names right there. Okay, right here. So make sure if you are following me, then you are just fine, but if you used your own names, then make sure that you type that names right here as well. So after that, we will set the walk to true, and we will set the reloading to false. After this, what we want to do, we will say that if we are firing and if we are aiming. Okay, so for that we will just copy this and paste it right there. Let me remove that one round bracket. Okay, so if we are firing and also if we are aiming, let's copy that from there. Okay, if that is the case, then what we want to do, we just simply want the idle to be false, the idle aim to be true, the firewalk to be true, the walk to be true, and the reloading to be false. Okay, and after that, if we are not firing nor moving and not even aiming, then what we want to do, we just simply want the fire to be false, idle to be true, firewalk to be false, and reloading to be false as well. And talking of reloading, let's add the reloading animations as well. So right down below, right here, we leave a comment for ourselves. So right here we will say animator dot set bool, and let's set the reloading to be true. Okay, when the reload function is called, we want to set the reloading animation to be true, and when we are done reloading, then we will simply set the reloading to be false. That's it. Now if we save this script and get back to Unity, let's click on our player, and inside the player body, Tommy gun mesh, we need to add the animator reference right there. So drag and drop the player in it, and now if we play the game, you will notice that now if we try to fire, as you can see, it plays the fire animation, but it is going back and forth. Let's finish the bullets. I don't know why that is happening. Let's check it. Okay, it doesn't play the, okay, it now plays the reloading animation. It is now firing and walking and then reloading. Okay, but the firing animation is a little bit messed up. Let me actually drag and drop the animator right in here, so that, so now if we try to fire, as you can see, it is going back and forth between the idle and fire. So let me just move that up there. Let's see the changes to normal mode. Okay, if I true, then idle true, that's it. Okay, I think there is a problem with our script. So guys, right here, when we are firing and we are moving, then what we want to do? We want the idle to be false and the firework to be true. Okay, and just remove these other animations because we don't need them. Okay, and after that, in here everything else will be the same, and from here let's remove the reloading false. Let's save this. Okay, and then in the animator, as you can see, this is the animation going to shoot, and then this is going back to the idle right here. Add this as exact time. Okay, from shoot to idle, and that is it. Let's play the game, and you will notice that now if we try to shoot, as you can see, the player is shooting, and now he is reloading. Now he is shooting again, reloading, and that's it. And now if we are walking and try to shoot, as you can see, he's walking and shooting. Now he reload. Now let's walk, shoot again. Okay, he is now reloading. Now we can aim and shoot as well and reload as well, as you can see. So it means that our player is now fully animated and working just perfectly fine. Now in the next video we will add the effects, okay, the muzzle spark and the impact effect. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will add the impact effect and the muzzle spark. So for that we will be using this WarFX package. This is the creator name, and this is basically a free package on the Unity asset store, which is 9.2 MBs. And as you can see, it has some beautiful effects. Okay, so first of all, add this to your assets. Okay, or you can say that buy this, and after that click on this open in Unity, and after doing that click on this open Unity editor. After that you will be redirected right here to the package manager. Okay, I have already downloaded this, so just first of all download this package and then click on this import, and after click on importing, it will show you this window. Okay, just simply click on import, and now in a minute this will be inside our project. Okay, so if we see this JMO assets, here is the war effects, and right here we have this f underscore effects mobile folder. Okay, since this game will be for mobile phone, so we will use this mobile optimize particle system. Okay, in the fire you will have different effects. Let's go into scene view. As you can see, there is the fire effect. There are different effects. Okay, so you can just go ahead and create your own fire effects from this package, but I have already done that. Right here I have these effects. Okay, these are from this same war effects package. Okay, but I have just made some changes in them. Okay, so just go ahead and download this if you are following me, and after downloading it, add this to your prefabs folder. Right here in the prefabs folder, let's drag and drop it. Okay, right here we have the effects. Now if we play the core effect, as you can see, this will be the enemy damage effect. If we add the muzzle spark, okay, there is the muzzle spark, as you can see. So now let me remove that, and first of all let's add the muzzle spark to our rifle. So if we open up our player, then the player body, right here in the Tommy gun mesh, let's drag and drop the muzzle spark right there, and then click on prefab unpack completely. That's it. Now if we play the muzzle spark, okay, it doesn't play. As you can see, you can't see it because the size of the muzzle spark is a little bit smaller. So let's change this to 200, and now you can see it. It is right there. Okay, so now we have the muzzle spark. Now let's play this muzzle spark whenever we shoot our rifle. So for that, in the rifle script right here, let's add a header by the name of rifle effects, and then let's add a reference to our muzzle spark. So we will say particle system. Let's name this as muzzle spark, and then if we scroll down right here, whenever we shoots, okay, we want to play the effect. So right here above this raycast, let's say muzzle spark dot play, and that's it. Save the script, get back to Unity. Then if we click on the Tommy gun mesh right here, we need to attach our muzzle spark right there. That's it. Now let's try to play the game. Now try to shoot. As you can see, it is playing the muzzle spark effect, and it shows that if the player is firing as well. As you can see, okay, it looks really good. And guys, make sure that the muzzle spark is right in front of the rifle bullet hole area, okay, as I showed you right here. Just simply download this effects folder, okay, and then just simply drag and drop this muzzle spark from there inside the Tommy gun mesh, and it will come right there, okay. As you can see, let's click on prefab unpack completely again, because we have made the changes. Let's change this to 200 again. Let's click on the rifle and attach it again. Okay, so I have showed you twice now how to add this muzzle spark in front of the player rifle bullet hole. Okay, if you check it out again, as you can see, it is playing the effect really perfectly. Okay, now let's walk and shoot. It looks really good, as you can see. So we have added the muzzle spark. Now in the next video we will add the impact effect. So if, for example, if we try to shoot this wood, then we want to show a wood effect on this box, okay. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video I will tell you how we can add an impact effect to anything in our environment, okay. For example, now we have this box, okay, it has the health script attached to it. So now let's try to damage this box, okay. So for that, right here in the rifle script at the top, let's add a reference to the wood effect, okay. So for that we will say public game object, let's name this as wooded effect. If we check it out here, we have this beautiful wood effect, as you can see. So we will add that. So now in order to show this impact effect, or you can say this wood effect, on wherever we fire on the box, okay, we want to show a effect right there. So for that, there is a method to do it right here. When we are giving damage to the object, okay, right here we will create a game object by the name of wood go, and in here we will instantiate this wood effect wherever the player shoots on the box actually, okay. So for that, let's use instantiate, and it is actually instantiate or whatever it calls, okay. Right here we don't want to play the gore effect, sorry, we want to play the wooded effect, not aided, it is wooded effect, okay. I don't know why the Visual Studio is not giving me the hints, okay. Right here we will play the wood effect, and we will use the raycast hit, which is hit info, and wherever we hit we want to play the wood effect at that point. So for that we will use hit info dot point, and after that we will use quaternion dot look rotation, and then we will say hit info dot normal, and after this we want to destroy the effect as well, because we don't want the effect to be there for long. So we will say would go, and we want to destroy it after every 1 second. And what this quaternion.look rotation will do is basically this will create a quaternion rotation that look forward, or you can say down, and then the forward vector. Okay, basically let me tell you in more detail words that it will create a quaternion rotation that looks forward, okay, or you can say down, and then the forward vector and has the as the y-axis aligned with the up, okay, or you can say that it creates a rotation with the specified forward and upward directions, okay. So the z-axis will be aligned with forward and x-axis will be aligned with the cross product between z and x. So basically this will be more understanding if we test it out now. So if we click on player, then Polygon mesh right here, we need to add the effect. So here is the impact effect. Let's play the game. Okay, so now whenever we try to hit this box, it will play the wood effect, as you can see. Okay, so it plays the effect wherever we shoot. For example, if you shoot there, as you can see, it changes the rotation. Okay, it shows it on this side. Okay, so that is why we use the quaternion dot rotation for that purpose. Okay, let me show you again. If we try to shoot the box from here, as you can see, it shows it right there. And now if we try to hit it from this side, as you can see, it shows it on that side. Okay, not similar to this effect when we hit it from this side. Okay, it shows it in that facing, and now if we shoot it there, it shows in that facing. Okay, that bullet hole. So in this way you can add a impact effect to whatever object you want. We will use the same method when we will be damaging the enemy. So with our rifle done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now from this video onwards we will start working on our enemy AI. So basically, as you know, in the starting videos we have added our enemy package. As you can see, we have different types of enemies right here. So if you select that first enemy, okay, these are the enemies. You can use whatever one you like. Okay, so for example, we will first of all use this enemy. So just drag and drop this enemy right there. Okay, here it is. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's rename this as enemy 1. Okay, let's drag and drop him down below for now, and let's add a tag to him. So we will take this as enemy. Click on enemy. Let's also add him on the enemy layer as well. Okay, so now if we click on enemy, let's select the enemy layer. Yes, change children. Let's tag him as enemy as well. That's it. Now we need to create a AI for our enemy. Okay, so that when the game start, this enemy will go ahead and find the player or the player team. Okay, and then this enemy will shoot them. Okay, simply shoot them. So what we can do, it already have the animator, so we will leave the animator as it is. Let's click on scripts, create a new script by the name of enemy, then click on enemy and attach the script. Let's move the script up right there, and now let's open the script. And now our enemy AI will have three main state. The first one will be the pursue state, the second one will be the shoot state, and the third one will be the respawn state. In the pursue, when the game start, the enemy will look for our player or our player team, okay, and when he finds someone, for example, if it is our player, then he will find the player and then just run towards the player, okay. And then we have the shoot state. In the shoot state, the enemy will simply first of all find the player, as I told you, in the pursue, and then in the shoot, when the player is found and the enemy is close to the player or the player team, then the enemy will shoot on the player or the enemy team, okay. And then the third state will be the respawn state. So for example, if we kill that enemy, then after killing that enemy we will respawn that enemy again. So this will be three basic state for our enemy AI. So first of all, let me just remove these functions, okay, the start and update, and then at the top right here we will say using Unity engine.ai, since we will be dealing with nav mesh agent, okay. And now save the script, and for now get back to the enemy, and right here attach the nav mesh agent. And then what we can do is to simply select this whole environment, okay. As you can see, this is our whole environment, and what we can do is to click on window AI, and let's open up this navigation, okay, and then click on this bake. Right here we will simply bake this whole environment so that our enemy agent can work in this environment, because our enemy agent now have the nav mesh agent, so the nav mesh agent required a bake environment. First of all, if we click on the object, okay, everything is set up. Let's first of all bake the environment. So we will leave the step height as 0.1, okay, and let's click on bake. Let's change it to 0.2 and click bake. Okay, we don't see the blue lines on the map. Let's turn on the gizmos. Now as you can see, we can see the blue lines. So in these blue lines the player can walk, okay, as you can see. But this doesn't seem too good. So what we will do, we will increase this step height value. Let's change it to 0.5. Okay, we can just actually leave this as 0.1 if you say, and just for testing let's leave this as it is, okay. And then later in the videos we will update this if our enemy was not able to work somewhere right here, okay, where the nav mesh doesn't exist, okay. For now let's just leave it. So now we have baked the environment for our enemy, we have added the enemy nav mesh agent. Now in the next video we will start adding the enemy AI. Hello guys and welcome back. So I thought that before working on our enemy AI, let's just import our weapons pack, okay. So I will be using this weapons for the enemies, okay. As you can see, there are total 40 rifles, okay, so you can choose between them, okay, or else you can use your own rifle pack if you have, okay, but I will use this one because this is a low poly, so it will not make our game that much heavier. So if you are using this, then search for weapon pack realistic low poly. This is the creator name and this is the size of this package. This is actually a free package, so let's go ahead and add this to our assets. Click accept, and after this let's open this up in Unity. So click on open in Unity and then open Unity editor. You will be redirected right here. Let's download this. So as you can see, it is downloaded. Let's click on import. Okay, here is the prefabs, materials, etc, etc. Let's import this. Okay, and once it is imported, right here you will find this weapon pack, and here is all of the weapons. Okay, as you can see, let's focus on the weapon. Here it is. Okay, there are different type of weapons, so you can use whatever you want. So now we have added the weapon pack. Now in the next video we will start working on our AI. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up the enemy script, and as I told you, our enemy AI will have three states. The first one will be the pursue, in which the player will search for enemy, or you can say the enemy teammates, and then it will go ahead and chase them. Okay, and then the next state will be the shoot state, in which the enemy will shoot our player or our player teammates, and then the third one will be the response. So when we kill the enemy will be respawn after some time. Okay, so this will be a basic three state. So for the enemy, let's first of all add a header at the top, and right here we will type enemy health and damage. Let's create a public float by the name of enemy speed. After this, create another header by the name of enemy things, and in here we will create a reference to our enemy navmesh agent. So we will say public navmesh agent, and let's name this as enemy agent. Okay, then we need a reference to our player body, so we will say public transform, and let's name this as player body. After this, let's create a reference to the layer of the player, so we will name this as player layer. Okay, after this, let's create a header by the name of enemy states, and in here let's create a public float by the name of vision radius. Then let's create a public float by the name of shooting radius, and then create a public bool by the name of player in vision radius. Then the next bool will be player in shooting radius, and then let's create a public pool by the name of isPlayer, and by default that will be equals to false. That's it. Now down below in the awake function, let's assign the navmesh agent to the enemy agent. Okay, so we will say get component, and the component will be the navmesh agent, and that's it. Let's do that. Okay, now in the update function we will say that if the player is in vision radius. Okay, first of all we will set the player vision radius. Okay, so for that we will say that physics dot check sphere. We will take the transform dot position, and then the vision radius, and then the player layer. Okay, basically we are creating a vision radius right here, and then what we will do is, by using then this vision radius, we will check if the player is inside the vision radius or not, and if the player is inside the vision radius, then the enemy will chase the player. Okay, after this let's create a shooting radius as well. So say that player in shooting radius, then physics dot check sphere. Let's copy this, paste it down below, change this to shooting radius. That's it. Now right down below we will check if the player is in vision radius or if it is in the shooting radius. Okay, and according to that we will call different states of the enemy AI. Okay, but first of all let's create a function for pursuing the player. So we will say public sorry, let's make this private void resume player. Let's make the p small, and then in here what we will do that we will actually make the enemy AI pursue the player. Okay, but now since we have the function right here, now what we will do is we will check that if the player is in vision radius, okay, and the player is not in the shooting radius, okay, we will check that, and if that is the case, then we will call this pursue player function, and then the enemy will pursue the player. Now in here what we will do inside the pursue player, we will set the enemy agent dot set destination, and the destination will be the player, so we will say player body dot position. Okay, so in this way the player will simply go ahead and pursue the player. Right here we will add the animations, but that is for the future. For now let's just save this and get back to Unity. Right here the enemy speed will be, for example, 3. Let's assign the nav mesh agent, then the player body, then the player layer mask. Okay, and then the vision radius, for example, let's just make this as 100, and the shooting radius will be for now 10. Okay, now let's play the game. Okay, oops, now let's see if the enemy is coming towards us or not. Okay, where he is, there is the enemy. Okay, now the enemy will now chase us. You will notice, as you can see, he is coming towards us. Now as you can see, the enemy can now chase us, and you can see the variable changes right here. Now we are in the vision radius. Okay, and now there is the player. Now if you come closer to the enemy, then as you can see, it shows that player in shooting radius. And don't worry about the facing. Okay, for now as you can see, the enemy facing is not that good. Okay, he is facing somewhere else, but we will fix that, don't worry about it. Okay, and once the facing is fixed, the enemy will then look at us. Okay, now we are still in the vision radius, so that's why the player is not following us. Okay, but once we will add the shooting function, then this enemy will still come closer to us. Okay, but for now let's just leave him as it is. Okay, you can notice that he can now follow us and do everything, but I think there is still a problem with our baking. So let me just select these two planes, okay, where the enemy will walk, then click on this bake. Let's bake it again. Let's make it 0.2 or 1. Let's make it 2. Okay, now as you can see, the area is filling up. Let's make this 10, and then let's see how it will look. Okay, I think 1 is enough, or maybe 2. Now let's check it out. If we come closer to the enemy, okay, there he is. Now as you can see, his step height was a little bit too higher, so that's why he is going up on these containers as well, as you can see. We don't want that. Let's get down. Let's make this 0.1, and actually let's remove these leaves kind of thing, okay, from our surface. As you can see now, it looks even more good. Oops. Let's bake them. Let me make the size of this environment a little bit too smaller, because if you notice, our environment is a little bit larger for these players. Okay, so in the inspector, let's make them 0.7, 0.7, and then 0.7. Now as you can see, it is a lot more smaller now. Okay, we need to move our player as well to the ground, but just make sure that you change these values, okay, to 0.7 of the whole environment. Now where is our player? Here he is. Let's reset the transform of our player. He's still right there. Let's move him inside the game. Okay, let's move him down there. Let's move him up. That's it. Now where is our enemy? There he is. Let's move him down below. Move him right there. That's it. Let's now move him outside of the ground, okay, like that. Now let's check our game. Now as you can see, it matches our player height. If you notice it, it is now according to our player height. As you can see, the containers are now smaller, and as you can see, it works perfectly. But now there is a problem with the nav mesh agent, sorry, the baking. So now let me select these two again. As you can see now, the baking is right there. Let's just actually select the environment again, bake it. Okay, now as you can see, it is right down there. Let's select these two grounds, click bake. Okay, let's just end this video right here. Now you know that our player can still follow us. Okay, and once you have resize your map, then make sure to bake the environment again. Okay, and then we will fix this baking problem later in this video. Okay, but for now let's just end this video right here and focus on our enemy AI. So now the enemy can pursue us. Now let's do the second state, which is the shooting state. For that, right here at the top, let's create a public float by the name of give damage, and our enemy will give damage of 5f. Okay, and after this, in here let's create a public transform. Let's name this as look point. After this, let's create a public game object, and basically this will be a reference to our shooting raycast area. Okay, after this, right here let's add a header, and inside this header we will create a public float by the name of time between shoot, and then after this we will create a bool which will be previously shoot. And now right here we will say that if the player is in the vision radius and also the player is in the shooting radius, then we want to call a function which will be by the name of player shoot. And now let's create our player shoot function. So after this pursue player, let's create a private void by the name of shoot player, and in here we want the enemy agent dot set destination. We actually want to stop the player at his position, okay, because when he is shooting he will just stop there and start shooting, okay. So we will stop the player using this, and then what we will do is we will say transform dot look at, and we want to look at the look point, okay. After this we will say that if we previously didn't shoot, okay, then we want to shoot the player, okay. So for that right here we will say that if we previously didn't shoot a bullet, okay, the enemy didn't shoot, then we want to shoot. And as you know, we will shoot using raycast, and I told you how raycast works in the previous videos when we were adding shooting ability to our player. So raycast actually make an invisible ray, and then if that ray hits whatever is in the environment, then we store information about that object inside this, and then using this raycast hit we can do different things to that game object. For example, we want to give damage to that game object, and etc etc. So now right here in the if condition we will say physics dot raycast, and we want to cast array from the shooting raycast area. We will create the shooting raycast area, don't worry. And then transform dot position, and in which direction we want to raycast an invisible ray, it will be in the forward direction. So transform dot forward, and after this we will say out hit, okay. We will store the information in the hit raycast hit, and then right here we want to limit the raycast radius, so we will limit that by the shooting radius, which is basically right here, and we will assign a value to this shooting radius, don't worry. Now after this we want to say that if we hit something, then we want to show its name in the console. So with that we will first of all show shooting, and then we will say show the transform name, okay. So we'll say hit dot transform dot name, so it will show us the name of whatever we are shooting, okay. So now the enemy shot one time, okay. Now after this the previously shot will be equals to true, and then the enemy will not be able to shoot again. So we need a way to make this previously shot false whenever we shoot a bullet. So for that what we will do, after this shoot player we will create a private void, okay, and let's name this as active shooting, okay. And in this active shooting we will just simply set the previously shot to false, okay. And then whenever we shoot, what we will do then, we will simply set the previously shot to true, because yes, we fire a bullet, and after that we will say invoke name of, we want to invoke the shooting active shooting function, okay. And after that we want to wait for the time between shoot, which is basically this time between shoot. We will give it a value, don't worry about that. For now let's just save this, then click on the enemy in the inspector. Let's set the time between shoot to 1, shooting radius will be 18. Now we need the look point and the shooting raycast area. For that if we focus up on our player, okay, right here let's create a empty game object by the name of look point, and this will be right there in the player first, okay. And then let's attach the look point right there. Now we need the shooting raycast area from where the enemy will shoot. So let's create an empty game object inside enemy. Okay, there it is. So the enemy rifle will be right here. So we will basically move this object right there, and then this will be the shooting area raycast. Click on enemy, let's attach this right there, and that is it. Now if we play the game and actually click on console, now you will notice that whenever the enemy try to kill us, it will show that shooting. As you can see, it shows shooting player, as you can see right here. Okay, after every 1 second the enemy shoots. Okay, now if we come right there, okay, the enemy will now come in our position. Where is the enemy? I think due to the baking, okay, the inappropriate baking, our enemy cannot reach us accurately. But as you can see, it is now shooting this thing, and now if you come in front of it, as you can see, the shooting player is now increasing. So it means that now our enemy can shoot the player, okay. Now in the next video, what we will do, we will give damage to our player, okay. So whenever the enemy hits the player, we will decrease the player health, and then when the player health becomes 0, the enemy will win and our player will just simply die. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now in this video we will give damage to our player, but before doing that, let me just to expand the environment, and from here let's remove this grass mesh and then this cloth, but we can just leave the cloth, or actually let's just delete these two, okay, from the environment, because we don't need that inside our environment. Okay, now let me select both of them, click on navigation, let's click on bake. Now as you can see, our environment is fully now baked, and the reason it was missing this area and some of the other areas was there was a grass, okay, and that grass didn't have any material, so that's why we can't see the grass properly. So now as you can see, when the grass is being removed from this environment, it is baked fully now, as you can see. So now let's just save this and let's focus up on our player. Okay, we will give damage to the player, so whenever the enemy hit the player, we will give damage to the player, okay. So for that, let's open up the player script, and right here what we will do is, first of all, at the top, let's create a header by the name of player health things, and in here we will have two private float, okay. The first one will be the player health, and then the second one will be the present health. So the player health will be equals to 100f and the player health will be nothing for now. And then right here in the start, what we will do, we will set the present health to the player health, which is 100f. And then let's scroll down below. As you can see, we leave a comment for ourselves right here. So let's first of all create a player hit damage, in which we will take damage from the enemy. So for that, we will say public void, let's name this as player hit damage, and in here we will be needing a take damage, okay, and this take damage will be coming from this enemy, okay, which is give damage. So we will assign this give damage to this one. So then this give damage will be 5f, and then whenever the enemy hit us, we will decrease the health by 5f, so we will say take damage. Okay, and after decreasing the health, we will simply say that if the present health becomes less than or equals to 0, then we will call a function by the name of player die. And what we will simply do is to destroy the player game object. Okay, so let's create a function now, player die. Actually, let's make the p of this capital as well. Okay, and then down below, and here when the player die, we want the cursor to be unlocked so that then we can close our game. So we will unlock the cursor, and after that we want to destroy the player game object, so we will say object dot destroy, and let's say game object, and we want to destroy it instantly. That's it. After this, let's get back to the enemy, and on the enemy we will do the same thing as we did for the rifle. Right here we first of all added a reference to the object script, and then we say that if any object, okay, game object in the environment containing the object script, okay, is found and hit by the array, then we give damage to that object. So we will do the same thing right here, but this time this will be for the player. So we will say that if is player is equals to true, okay, then what we will do, or actually let's remove this. Okay, for now let's just type player script. Okay, and let's name this as player body. This will be equals to hit dot transform dot get component. Let's get the player script. Okay, so now we have the player script. Now we will say that if anything is found with a script on it, okay, the player script on it, then what we want to do, we will say that player body dot player hit damage. Okay, this is the function which we created right now, player hit damage. Now let's, it needs a take damage float, so we will say give damage. Okay, and give damage is 5f, so now this 5f will be passed through this take damage, and then it will be minus from the present health. Okay, it is simple as that. So now let's just save this and get back to the player script. Right here, make this small g. Okay, it is game object with a small g. Then get back right here, click on enemy. Okay, everything is set up, and here is the player script, sorry, the player. Now let's click on the player, okay, and change into debug mode so that we can see the player health decreasing whenever the enemy try to damage us. Okay, here is the enemy coming. Now as you can see, the player is now dead. Let's just actually make the player health as 1000f so that we don't die instantly. Okay, now let's play the game again. Click on the player. Now let's run towards the enemy. Okay, there is the enemy. Now as you can see, our health is decreasing, as you can see right there. So this means that it is working perfectly fine. We need to add a damage effect to our player, but we will do that in the future videos. Okay, now in the next video we want to give damage to the enemy, okay, and we want to kill the enemy. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now as you know that our enemy can now damage our player. Now let's allow the player to damage the enemy. So for that we will need to add the health variables to our enemy. So at the top right here, add a enemy health variable. The first one will be the enemy health, which will be 120f, and then the present health. Okay, and then right here in the awake we will set the present health to the enemy health, and then right down below, after this active shooting, what we will do, we will actually do the same as we did for the players. So let me just only copy this function, okay, and paste it right here. Change this to enemy hit damage. Okay, it will be needing a take damage, and then we will decrease the present health by the take damage, and this take damage this time will now come from the rifle script. Okay, and then if it becomes 0, then we will call the function respawn. Okay, because we want to kill the enemy, but also then we want to respawn that enemy again. So for now, let's just type this function as empty right here. Okay, let's say void respawn. That's it. We will just kill the enemy on spot, so we will say enemy agent dot set destination, and it will be the enemy current destination. He will fall there, and after that we will set the enemy speed to 0f, and then the shooting radius will be equals to 0f, and after that the vision radius will be 0f, and then the player in vision radius and shooting radius will be equals to false. That's it. That's what we will do in the respawn for now. Now let's get back to the rifle script, and right down below right here, let's create a reference to our enemy script like this. Okay, and then right here we will say that else if we hit something that has the enemy script. Okay, if we hit the enemy, then what we want to do, we will say enemy dot enemy hit damage. Okay, this is this function. Now enemy hit damage, it needs this take damage, so we will give it the damage. Okay, and now the give damage of the rifle is 10f, so now this take damage is 10f, and this 10f will be decreased from the present health of the enemy. And also we want to show the blood effect on the enemy whenever we hit the enemy. So for that, at the top right here, let's create a public game object by the name of gore effect, or you can name it as blood effect if you want. Then right down below, I just copy that, paste it down below. Okay, let's name this as gore go. Here we will show the gore effect on the player body, and then right here we will say gore go. That's it. Now save the script. On the enemy script right here on the line 35, let's change this to enemy health. Okay, not enemy agent. Now save the script. On the player, everything is signed. Okay, let's go inside the rifle. It needs the effect. Okay, the gore effect. So in the prefabs effects, okay, we need to assign this gore effect right there. That's it. Now after this, if you click on the enemy, everything is set up. Let's just quickly play the game and let's kill the enemy. Okay, we have already clicked on the enemy. Okay, it is not playing the core effect, but don't worry, we will fix that. But for now we want the time between shoot of the enemy to be 3 seconds because the enemy is shooting really fast. Okay, and let me check the rifle script. Right here we are playing the core effect on the enemy body. Let's first of all check if we are damaging the enemy or not. Okay, so now let's get closer to the enemy. Okay, there he is. Okay, as you can see, we can't damage the enemy, so that is the reason the core effect was not showing. For now, let's see the function name. It is enemy hit damage. It take a float, take damage. Okay, enemy hit damage. It is correct. I think we didn't add the collider to our enemy. If you see the enemy body, as you can see, we don't have any collider. So first of all, let's add a collider to our enemy. Okay, capsule collider. Let's make the y1 and then the height 2, and that is it. Let's change to normal mode and let's redesign the collider a little bit. That's it. Okay, so it was all because of a collider. We didn't add the collider to the enemy. Okay, so now let's try to shoot the enemy now. As you can see, it plays the blood effect, and now let's try to kill the enemy. Okay, the enemy health becomes minus. Okay, in minus, but now as you can see, the enemy is not killing us. As you can see, everything is 0 0 and everything is false, so it means that the enemy is now dead. The only thing which is now missing is the respawn. Okay, so now in the next video we will respawn our enemy from different points inside our map. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add the respawn functionality to our enemy AI. For that, on the enemy script right here, after the enemy is dead, we will play the animations. Okay, and after the animations, what we will do is, for now we don't have any die animation, so in the console we will show a text such as dead. Okay, so that we know that yes, the enemy is now dead. And after that, what we will do is we will make this function enumerator. So type enumerator and then right here type start coroutine and then do that. Now right here, when the enemy is dead, okay, then what we want to do, we want to wait for some time, so we will say yet return new, wait for seconds. We want the enemy to be disabled for 5 seconds, and after that we want to spawn the enemy. So we don't have any animations for now, so that's why we will do this spawn in the console so that we know that the enemy is spawned now. Okay, and when the enemy is spawned, we will give the enemy its health back. So the present health will be equals to 120f, and then we will give the enemy its speed. So the enemy speed will be back to normal, which is 3f, and after that the shooting radius will be equals to 10f. The vision radius will be back to 100f, and after that the player in vision radius will be equals to true, and the player in shooting radius will be false, because if the enemy is spawned from some point away from the player, then we don't want the shooting radius to be true. Okay, and right here we will play some animations, okay, when the enemy is respawn. And after that we want to spawn an enemy from a specific spawn point, so right here we will add a spawn point, okay. But for that, first of all, let's create different spawn point right here, okay. For now, let's just ignore this error, we will fix that. First of all, we need to create some spawn point right here on the map. So let's create a empty game object right here, okay. Here it is, and let's name this as spawn point. That's it. Or let's just name this as spawn points, and then in here we will create a empty child by the name of 1. Let's duplicate this: 2 3 4 5 6, 2 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then 6. Okay, we will have 6 different spawn points. Now let's move them accordingly. So one spawn point will be right there, the next spawn point will be right here. Now let's move these other ones to there. This spawn point will be right here, and then that one will be right there. That's it. So now we have different spawn points. Now on the script, let's go ahead and add a reference to the spawn point. So in the enemy things, let's create a public transform by the name of spawn. Now if we scroll down right here, what we will do, we will say that we want to spawn the enemy on the spawn point. But first of all, we need a reference to our enemy character as well. Okay, not the enemy character transform, because we don't have any reference to the enemy transform. So right down below we will create another public transform by the name of enemy character, okay. And now right here we will say enemy character dot transform dot position will be equals to the spawn dot transform dot position, okay. The enemy character transform position will be equals to the spawn dot transform dot position. And after this we will call the pursue player function, so that the enemy can then again pursue the player. That's it. Let's save the game. And as you know, we have this error, which is the name shooting does not exist on line 120. Okay, right here, this is basically not shooting, this is shooting radius. Okay, the error is gone. Let's click on our enemy. Now we need to assign the transform of the enemy and then the spawn point. So from this point we want to spawn this enemy again, so add that right there. That's it, everything is set up. Now let's play the game and you will notice. Now when the game starts, as you can see, the enemy is following us, coming towards us. Okay, there it is. Now let's try to kill the enemy. Okay, the enemy is now dead, and after 5 seconds you will notice that the enemy will be respawn. As you can see, the enemy is respawn, as you can see now. Let's try to kill him again. Okay, he is dead, and now he will be respawn again, as you can see. Now he will follow us again. There it is. So the respawn on enemy AI is working perfectly fine. Now in the next video we will continue our work on this, so catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so as you know that we have now a fully functional enemy AI. Now what we want to do is to add animation to our enemy. So first of all we need animations, and you will be thinking that how we will get animation for this player. Okay, so if you are following me, then I will give you animation, okay, in the downloadable files for this enemy. Okay, the skeleton, all of these rebels are the same. So if you download animation, for example for this one, then it will work on all of these because their skeleton, or you can say their avatar, is same. But if you are using your own enemies, then what you will do is to find their game object. For example, in my geometry folder I have the model right here. Okay, as you can see, the model for each of the enemy, okay, in which it has the avatar and everything, okay, all of the body parts of each and every enemy. So you need to find your enemy model like this, and then you need to come to this website, which is Maximo. Right here you will find free characters and animation. And now if you want to download animation for your enemy, then you will have to log in into Maximo, and then right here you will find this upload character button. Just simply click on it, and then from Unity you can just simply drag and drop any model, okay, any of your enemy model right here in here, okay, just drag and drop it. And when this is done, as you can see, it is now processing the character, so just wait for it. Okay, now we have the character right here. So when you uploaded your enemy character model, then do the same step as I did, and when you are right here, then simply click next, and then simply click next. Okay, and now here is my character, which is Rebel E4. Okay, and now I can play any animation on this character, and then I can download that animation like this. Okay, just simply click on download. If you just want to download the animation, then click on this without skin, and then FBX for Unity, and just simply download it. Okay, so let's go ahead and download animations. So I have, as you can see, added my rebel. So now I will search for a rifle running. Okay, and I will select this first one. Let's click on in place, and that is it. Let's download this without skin, FBX for binary, and this will be the frame rate. Click on download. Okay, it is now, as you can see, downloading. Okay, there it is, rifle run. And after rifle running, let's search for rifle shooting, and basically we will download this one, rifle shooting, as you can see. And right here I will simply make the overdrive, for example 65. Okay, this will be the overdrive of the enemy shooting, or you can increase it to 80 for this enemy so that it shoot faster, as you can see. Now let's download this one as well in the same format. It is being downloaded. Now rifle die, let's search for rifle die. Okay, just die. Search for dying, and I've decided to download this animation for dying. Okay, so I will select that one. Okay, this will be our dying animation for this enemy. It looks good. Let's just simply click on download. Format will be the same. That's it. Okay, it is downloading. Now we need the animation for our crouching enemies, so let's search for crouch shooting. Just search for crouch. Let me change this to 96 per page, and let's search animation for crouch shoot. Let me find one, and then I will show it to you. Okay, so guys, search for a rifle crouch, and you will find this rifle, fire rifle. Okay, This is the description of it. We can just simply download this. Okay, this will be the animation for our second type enemy, as you can see. Okay, I think the recall overdrive and everything is set up, so let's just simply download this without skin fpx for binary. Okay, simply download this, and after downloading this, let's search for crouch running. Okay, so let's change this to one crouch, to search for crouch, and then download this crouch walking. Okay, this one. Let's increase the speed of it to something like 70, or let's just change it to 90. Then I think 85 will be enough for this. Okay, just download it in 85. Download, and now we need the crouch die. So let's search for something like crouch die, or let's search for dying. Okay, there are many animation. Search for crouch dying and then select this crouch dead. Okay, this animation, we will download this one. Let's click on download without screen, download it, and now we have all of the animations downloaded. Here they are, right here in the rebel folder. Let's create another folder by the name of animations, and now inside this animations, let's drag and drop them. Okay, here they are. Let's go inside geometry. Let's select all of the rebels except the mask and the shirt, and in the rig right here, change this to generic. Click apply, and now let's wait for it so that its animation type becomes generic, because the animation which we have downloaded is also generic. Okay, so now if we select any animation, go inside animation, now as you can see it is playing every animation, as you can see. Okay, so it works perfectly, as you can see. Now we have all of the animations, and let's just actually create a folder, for example enemy1, and then another folder by the name of enemy2. Let's select all of the animation. Okay, this one is for the enemy1, this one as well, and then this is for enemy rifle walk, fire rifle. Okay, this one is for the enemy as well. Now let's select the other three and add them in there. So now we have one enemy in enemy 1 and the other in enemy 2. That's it. Now we have the animation. In the next video we will apply animation to our enemy. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so once we have the animations, let's go ahead and create an animator controller by the name of enemy1. Click on this and let's attach this enemy1 right there, as you can see. Now let's open this up. Let's move them right there. Okay, and now let's add parameters. So the first one will be bool, which will be by the name of running. Then the next one will be bool, which will be by the name of shooting, and then the last one will be die. Okay, now we have these animation. This is the death, walking, and this is the firing. Let's drag and drop this fire right there. Okay, just the animation. Then we need the crouch walking, and then we need the die. Okay, so just add them right there. This is all of the animations. Now what we want to do is to make a transition from rifle fire to crouching, and then from crouching to death, then from rifle to death, and then from death back to the rifle. Because when the player is respawn, we want the player to actually walk again, not fire. So just actually remove the walking, actually make the walking as a default layer. Okay, and then from walking it goes to fire, and from fire it will go back to walking again, and then from walking he will die, and then from the die he can walk again, and remove this transition from there. Okay, that's it. Now click on this first transition, and right here make shooting true, and then select the other one and make running true. Right here make die true, and then select this one, make die true, and right here we will say running true. Okay, so if he die, then we will be respawn and he will be walking again, like that. That's it. We have the parameters added. Now let's go ahead and open up the script. Okay, the enemy script, and at the top right here we will add a header by the name of enemy animation and spark effect, and then we need a reference to our enemy animator, so we'll name it as enemy. After this, right here in the pursue layer we need to add the animation. So the first animation when we are pursuing the player is running. So when we are pursuing the player, we will set the running to true, and we will set the shooting to false, and then we will add a else block. In the else block, if we are not pursuing the player, then we will set these both to actually false. Okay, after this we will go in the shoot player function, and when we are shooting we want the shooting to be true and running to be false. So simply copy that and paste it down below and just change the shooting to true. After this we need to add the respawn animation. So right here we will set the die to true when the enemy dies, and we will set the running to false and shooting to false as well. And now when the enemy is being respawn, then we will set the die to false and running to true. That's it. Save it. Now if we get back right here, let's go inside the scene view, click on enemy, let's add the animator, let's move the animator down below now. Okay, here it is. Let's play the game. And now actually what we need to do is to select all of these three, go inside. I think we need to select the animation from inside there. Okay, so select the animation. It doesn't still give out the option to make this animation loop time, so we'll just do it from here. Double click on it, set loop time, apply, select loop time, apply, select loop time and apply. That's it. Okay, now they are all loop time. Let's play it again. Opening the animator. Now the enemy is running towards us. Now we will notice that the enemy is coming. As you can see right there, he is now shooting. Now let's kill the enemy. Okay, he is now dead. Okay, he is playing the death animation in loop time, so that's why it was giving that problem. So actually we can double click on it and remove loop time, click apply, and now the walking was a bit messed up. Let me play the game actually. Okay, and we need to set the walking speed according to the animation. So as you can see, he walks really fast. We don't want that. So if we click on our enemy, let's make the enemy speed as 2. Now let's play it again. Let's click on scene actually. Okay, here is the enemy. He is walking correctly. Now as you can see, he is walking a little bit more faster now as well. Let's make it 1.5, and actually let's make the shooting radius as 5 so that the enemy can walk more closer to us so that we can see how does it looks. Okay, so now let's see how does it looks. He is still walking really fast as you can see, and I think we need to make the actually what we did right here is here is the running, here it is walking. As you can see, it is not in loop time, so make sure that this animation is in loop time. Okay, and let's select this one. Okay, this one is correct. Let's play the game again, and now see how does it looks. Okay, now as you can see, the enemy is walking a little bit fine. As you can see, now he is shooting us, as you can notice. Okay, and now we are dead. Let's make the time between shoot as 5 seconds. Let's make this 10, and make the speed of the enemy as 1. Okay, the game is started again. Let's see how does it looks. There is the enemy coming. Now let's kill the enemy. As you can see, he's dead, and then after 5 seconds he will be respawn, and you will notice it as you can see. Okay, but now the speed is again becomes 1 after respawning, so just make sure when the enemy respawn, make the speed of it as 1 again. Okay, that's it. So now as you can notice, our animations are working perfectly fine, and with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Hello and welcome back. So now in this video we will attach a rifle to our enemy. So for that, inside the enemy, let me turn off the gizmos actually, and let's go inside the enemy, then root, then hips, and then spine, then chest. In the chest we have this right shoulder, right arm, and then right forearm. Then we have this right hand, and in the right hand, as you can see, it has this weapon holder. So we will attach the weapon right there. For that, if you go inside the weapon pack, as you can see, there are many beautiful weapons as you can see. So what we will do, we will attach a weapon to the player. Let's do this one for example. Okay, in the weapon holder, there it is. As you can see, there is the weapon. Let's move it a little bit up there. Okay, that's it. Let's just actually click on the enemy now, disable this script, okay, so that it doesn't follow the player, and like this let's just play the game. And now I will tell you how we can solve this rifle issue. So if we go inside scene view, here is the player, enemy player holding the rifle. Okay, this is the rifle. Now as you can see, the player is moving, so how we will be able to make the rifle position. So in the game view, okay, when the game is playing, just simply change this to not loop time. Okay, remove the loop time tick from it, and then make shooting true from here. Okay, and now if in the scene view, as you can see, the player is being stopped. okay, because we removed the loop time. Now let's just first of all fix the rifle position. So first of all, let's move the rifle a little bit to the player finger right there, as you can see. Okay, then a little bit down below like this, and then let's just move it a little bit like that in this straight position. Actually, just I just move it a little bit up there. Okay, now let's move it like this first of all. Okay, it is now straight, so let's go ahead and move it now a little bit up there. Okay, make sure that it is right here with the enemy finger. Then I think it looks good like this if you notice it, but we need to move it a little bit to that side. Okay, like this, a little bit to that side. That's it. Okay, so the rifle is, I think, perfectly fine. Let me just copy the rifle transform actually. So copy component, and then let me copy it again for double checking. Now as you can see, click on this prefab unpack completely. This is the rifle. Remove the box collider from the rifle, or actually we can leave the box collider. And now if you notice, the fire rifle has loop time removed, so add the loop time again. Okay, and then click on the rifle and let's paste the transform now. Whoops, its values are again just removed. We need to copy it again now, so let me just do that. Okay, so I have pasted the component values like that. Okay, now, and after pasting the values, there is the rifle, box collider, everything set up. I think now let's click on enemy and let's activate the script. Now let's play the game and let's see how does it looks. So if we run towards the enemy, there it is, the enemy with the rifle, and as you can see it looks really good. Okay, as you can see, now the enemy is dead, and that's it. Now he is right there again. Let's kill him again, and he is dead again. And guys, actually we need to make the rifle size a little bit bigger because it looks really small. Nope, that will be a lot more bigger. Let's make this as 1.5, maybe 1.5, 1.5. Nope, I think 1.1 will be enough. Let's play the game again. Okay, let's run towards the enemy. There he is, and now the weapon is seeing a little bit more good, as you can see. So make the size of the weapon 1.1. That's it. Now we have the enemy. We have the enemy can now kill us. We can kill the enemy. The enemy now has animation. The enemy has the rifle now. Now the next thing which is remaining is the player teammate. Okay, so now from next video onwards we will add the player teammate. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so guys, before adding the enemy teammates, let's add the second type of enemies. So for that, in the rebels, let's now add some other enemy, for example this one. Okay, so just drag and drop him right there. Okay, actually let's move him there. And what we can do, we can say unpack completely, drag and drop him right there. Let's rename this as enemy 2. Okay, click on enemy 1, then copy component. Okay, copy the whole script, click on this one, and then paste component as new, move up. That's it. Now we need to add the nav mesh agent and the capsule collider. Turn on gizmos. Okay, there it is. Let's move the capsule collider up, make the height 2, and then let's resize the capsule collider like that. Okay, and after this we have the capsule collider linear mesh agent. Now let's drag and drop the linear mesh agent right there for enemy 2. The look point will be the same. Then we need to just add a similar shooting area raycast as the first enemy. So on the second enemy, create a new game object, move that object right here, and then name this as shooting area raycast. Click on enemy 2 again, and then drag and drop that shooting area raycast right there. After that, it needs a spawn point. So in the spawn point, we will give this 4 spawn point to this enemy. So just drag and drop right there. After this, its animator will be different, enemy 2 animator. Okay, now let's go ahead inside animation, enemy 2. Let's create a animator controller by the name of enemy 2. Or actually what we can do to save our time is just click on enemy 1, duplicate the enemy 1 animator, and then drag and drop this inside enemy 2 and rename this to enemy 2, and then click on enemy 2, drag and drop this animator, and then double click on it, and we need to just change the animation inside there. Okay, so for walking we will drag and drop this one, then for rifle we will say rifle firing rifle actually, and then for the die we will drag and drop that one, and then we need to make them as loop time. So the walking will be loop time, and also this will be, let me drag and drop enemy 2 in there. Okay, make this loop time as loop pose as well, then click on rifle fire rifle, make this loop time, then crouch death, this will be same. Okay, so we have changed the animation inside there, we have attached the animator there. Okay, now let's just simply play the game. Okay, and now you will notice these two enemy walking towards us. As you can see, there is the first enemy and here is the second one, but we need to make the speed of this enemy 2 as 2 because he will be running, so just make it a little bit larger, not larger, faster actually. Now here is the enemy 1 and there is the enemy 2. As you can see, he is running towards us. Now if we try to kill him, okay, there he is, dead, and now he will be respawned. You will notice it. As you can see, he is being respawned from the spawn point which we have attached. As you can see now, they are shooting me and I am dead now. So this means that now our enemy 2 is working perfectly fine. And guys, let's just duplicate the enemies. Let's clone the enemies. Okay, let's add all of the enemies. So now we have two enemies. okay, which is on spawn point 1 and spawn point 4 right there. Now we need to add the other enemies, and before adding the other enemies, first of all we need to add a rifle to this enemy. So just first of all, what we can do is to create a empty game object on this first enemy, like this. Create empty parent, and let's name this as enemy 1, okay, and name this one as body. Then just click on this, copy component, click on enemy 1, which is the main game object now, and click on paste component as new. That's it. Now click on the body again. Let's copy the animator, copy component, click right here, then paste component as new. Drag and drop that in there. Now after that, let's copy this nav mesh agent from there and paste component as new, and then drag and drop the nav mesh agent. After that, click on body. We now need to add the capsule collider, so copy component, and right here paste component as new. That's it. Now click on body and remove all of them. That's it. Okay, so now inside the enemy 1, okay, we have the body, which is the enemy body. Okay, let's play the game and see how does it looks. Okay, there is the enemy. Okay, it is working perfectly fine. Now let's do the same with our enemy 2. So actually what we can do is to just simply now delete this enemy 2, okay, and then just duplicate enemy 1, and then what we can do is to move this enemy 1 right there and name this as enemy 2 again. And now to this enemy, what we will do, we will first of all attach the spawn point 4. That's it. Click on enemy 2. Now he has the animator and nav mesh agent, everything attached. Change this animator to enemy 2, and now we are done with this enemy as well. But we need to change the body of this, okay, so click on rebels. We want this body for this enemy too, so just drag and drop the body in there, okay, and then delete that body. But before deleting it, let's just actually click on unpack completely and name this as body. Guys, follow me step by step, okay, or else you will mess things up. Now we have two bodies in there, so now delete the first one, okay. Now here is the second body, as you can see, and now in this body let's add a rifle. So root, spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, then we have right hand, then weapon holder. So what we can do is to go inside weapon pack, and let's drag and drop this rifle right there, as you can see. Now move this rifle like this. Actually, let's just leave it like this, okay, and see how does it looks. Let's run towards the enemy from this side now. Will be somewhere right there, okay. The rifle is a little bit above, so we need to change it. So just move it. Actually, first of all, click on prefab, unpack completely. That's it. Now let's change the values to 0.013, then 0.094, and then 0.13. Okay, and right there. Make the rotation minus 8.911. Make the rotation y minus 3.378, and make the z rotation as minus 2.437. And guys, your values can be different, so just make sure that your rifle matches your hand as well, okay, your enemy player hand, okay. So you can do that by your own. For now my enemy looks perfect like this, I think. Let's move this rifle a little bit down below. That's it. Let's play the game and see it in the scene view. Okay, there he is. Okay, it looks good like this. So now we have the rifle attached to this enemy as well. Now we can duplicate the other ones. So this video is going to be a lot more larger, so you can skip this video because now you know how we can duplicate different enemies, okay. But if you want to follow me, then let's just end this video right here, and in the next video I will tell you how to duplicate more enemies. So let's end this video right here. So let's go ahead and duplicate the enemies now again. So the next will be zombie, not zombie, it will be enemy 3 now, okay. And as you can see, everything is changed by itself, and this enemy will be of the second enemy type, okay. He will run in standing position, so we can change just the spawn point of this enemy to 6. So let's add the 6 right there, okay. And if we click on enemy 2, we need to assign the enemy transform right there, okay. And then on the enemy 3 as well, make sure to add the enemy character transform. Now here is our enemy, okay. We have added it. First of all, let's change the enemy body to, for example, this red one. So inside the enemy 3, let's drag and drop this body, click on prefab, unpack completely, okay. Let's delete the first one, let's name this as body, remove the animator from there, and in the body let's add a rifle to it. So spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, right hand, and then there is the weapon holder. So go inside weapons. There are, as you can see, many different weapons. This time let's add the, for example, this one. This looks good on it, as you can see. Let me turn off the gizmos, and let's set this correctly. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and then open up the enemy 2 body and copy the transform of the enemy 2 arm, okay. Just copy the position. Let me just change it one by one, okay. So the root position will be that, then the Y position will be that one, then the position Z will be similar to that one, okay, like that. Then let's change the rotation, then the rotation Y, and then the rotation Z. So right down below, rotation Z, that's it. Now let's delete that, not delete it, unexpand it. Okay, there is the rifle, but it seems a little bit out of shape from the enemy hand, so we need to add it like that. Let's play the game. Let's click on scene. As you can see, it looks good like that. Okay, so let's go inside the game view. Let's see how does it looks in the game view. I think it looks pretty fine, as you can see, but you can move it a little bit like that, or actually a little like that, and then up there. That's it. So now we have 3 enemies. Now let's add the 4th one. So what we can do, we can actually duplicate the enemy 1 now again and change this to enemy 4. That's it, everything is changed. Let's add the transform of enemy 4. Okay, and guys, we forgot to add the shooting area raycast to these 2 enemies, so click on enemy 2 and then create a empty game object by the name of shooting area raycast. Okay, let's create it in the 3rd enemy as well. Create empty shooting area raycast, and then in the 4th one create empty shooting area raycast. Now select the 2nd one, add the shooting area raycast, select the 3rd one, drag and drop it, 4th one, and drag and drop it. That's it. And actually let's move the shooting area raycast of these enemies above. Okay, so what the fish, let's just select our 2nd enemy. There is the shooting area raycast, move it like right there and a little bit outside. Then select the 3rd one, there it is, move it a little bit up there. Literally this is such a headache. I am tired of doing this again and again, but this is just for you guys, and I want 5 star for my hard work. Okay, so now let's move it up there and then upside. That's it. So now let's change the body. So delete the body, and actually first of all let's add the next body, and after that we will delete it. Okay, there it is, the next body, prefab, unpack completely. Let's name this body, remove that, delete the body, move it up there. That's it. Now in the body let's add the rifle. So in there, spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, and now weapon holder, let's add this weapon for example. That's it, prefab, unpack completely. Okay, let's copy the component of this first one. So chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, right hand, weapon holder, there it is. So copy, first of all copy the position, go inside enemy 4 body, and then right here in the German SL paste position. Then let's copy the rotation. So in there, let's paste the rotation. That's it. So now we have 4 enemies. Okay, let's change the spawn point of this 4th enemy to, let's just say 3. So let's add the 3rd spawn point there. And now these first two is like that. Let's change the animator of this enemy, okay, to enemy 1 animator, okay, so that it can be different. And it is already enemy 1 because we duplicate the enemy 1. Okay, so now we have 2 enemy in the standing position and 2 in the crouch. So let's play the game. So you will notice that, as you can see, there is the enemy and there is the second one. Okay, they are shooting at me. There are the other enemies, as you can see, so they are shooting. So now guys, you know how to duplicate enemies. Okay, I don't have to tell you now again and again. So with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so in the previous videos we have added these 4 enemies, as you can see. Now what we can do is to add all of these 4 enemies inside a object by the name of enemies. Let's select all 4 of them and drag and drop them in there, okay, so that our hierarchy is clear. So we have now the enemies. Okay, you can duplicate how many enemies you want. For example, I will duplicate 2 more, but I will not tell you that because I already tell you this in the previous 2 videos. You now know how to duplicate enemies. Now this video is all about the player teammates. Okay, so for that, if we go right here, our enemy teammates will come from this position. Okay, the player will have just 2 teammates. Okay, for now. So let's go ahead and actually duplicate this spawn point, and let's move that spawn point from there to here. Now let's check it. Different spawn points. There is the first one, second, the third one should be right up there, and fourth one, fifth one should be right here, then the sixth, it should be right there. That's it. This is the player spawn points. Okay, the player teammate spawn points. Okay, so now there is our player. Now right here we will add the player teammate. So if we click on enemy PBR military pack, actually go inside soldier 1 prefab, there are, as you can see, different enemies, sorry, player teammates. So drag and drop on teammate. Okay, let's click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's make a parent game object. Let's name this as player AI. Okay, and then this is the body. Let's copy this component, paste this right here on this main thing. Okay, and then remove that from there, and let's remove this controller as well. Whoops, remove this controller just. Okay, so now we have the player AI right there. Now it needs a AI script. Okay, so go inside scripts right here. Let's create a C# script by the name of player AI. Press enter, double click on it. There is the script. Remove the start and update function, then click on enemy. And since our player AI will be similar to the enemy, so we can just go ahead and copy all of this. Okay, just the functions inside the class, okay, this enemy class, and paste it right here. Now we just need to change the variables. So let's change every enemy word in here. So click on change all occurrence and change enemy to player. Okay, that's it. After changing that, as you can see, now we have player agent, and then player health, player speed, player things, player shooting variables, etc, etc. So everything is now changed to player. Now let's change this function name. So click on this change all occurrence, and let's change this function name to pursue enemy. Okay, and actually let's make the E capital, pursue enemy, and let's change it right there as well. So guys, if you are using Visual Studio Code, then you will have this option. If you are using then any text editor, then make sure that you find this option in that text editor if it is available, or else you can use Visual Studio Code, which makes our work a lot more easier. Okay, so now as you can see, everything is changed up, player agent, and now let's change this function name to shoot enemy. As you can see, it is changed right there as well. And also now after the function, let's change few variable names. So change this from player to enemy in vision radius, and change this from this to enemy. Okay, and right here we don't need this, so let's remove that. Okay, there's all of the functions, the animations are already there. Then we have the player hit damage. Okay, then we have the respawn. Everything else is perfectly fine. Let's change this function name to pursue enemy because it was being changed right here to capital E. Okay, now everything work is pretty much fine. And now if we click on enemy, okay, right here when the enemy shoots player, now we want the enemy to shoot the enemy AI as well. So for that, let's add a reference. So we will say player AI, which is the class name, and let's name this as player body. This will be equals to hit dot transform dot get component, and the component will be the player AI script. Okay, so now guys, you will be thinking that this is also player body and this is this one as well, and then you will be thinking that yes, this will give out an error to us. So because of this, we created this as player. Okay, so now we will tell right here to the enemy that if he is shooting the player, okay, so the his player is set to true, then what we will do, he will actually close that in brackets. Let's move it up there and right down below copy this if condition and paste it after that right there. Okay, so now if it is the player, then it will shoot the player, and now else if it is not the player, then it means that it is the enemy AI. So let's just cut that from there. Oops, paste it in there, and now we will do the same as we did for the player body up there. Okay, like that. but we need to change this function name to, where is it? It is respawn. No, it is player head damage. Let's change this to player AI head damage. Okay, I'll actually change our occurrence to player AI. Okay, make sure to change it right there as well. Now in the enemy, let's change this to player AI head damage. That's it. Right here, make sure that the P is capital. Okay, so now the enemy will know the difference between the player and the player AI. Okay, if you check it out right here, okay, it shows this error, but don't worry, we will fix that. If we come back to the player AI right here, we just want this player AI to shoot enemy. Okay, so for that, let's remove all of this. Okay, go to the rifle script and copy that from there, paste it right there, and then paste this else if block and paste it right down below, and just move this forward. Okay, it is set, I think, like this. Okay, so now the player AI will also now shoot the enemy. For now, let's remove this effect from there because we don't want that. So now the player AI is all set up. It can now damage the enemy. Okay, and the enemy can damage the player AI. So now we need to add animation to our player AI. Let me remove this else from there first of all. And since this is hit, so just change this to hit as well. And then right here, let's click on project, then pubg military pack, go in the animation folder, let's create a new animator controller, and let's name this as player AI. And in the player AI, let's create a parameter by the name of running. Then let's create another parameter by the name of shooting, and then the next one will be die. Let's move this right there, this one there, and this one right there. Now let's find the animation. So the first one will be aiming idle for shooting. Okay, so find aiming idle. This will be for shooting, and for running, let's find aim run. There it is. This one will be the default. Then this one will be for the shooting. So yeah, this to shoot. This one is run, and now we need the die. So let's drag and drop the data right there. Make a transition from here to there, then from shoot to run, then from shoot to dead, run from dead, and then from dead back to run. Remove as exact time 0, and right here we will make shooting true, and then select the other one, make running true. Guys, this animator is similar to the enemy animator. Okay, right here make die true, and then right there make running true. Select this one, okay, this one, and then make die true. That's it. We are all set up. This is the animator. Click on enemy AI and drag and drop the animator right there. After this, let's add the script. So in the scripts, drag and drop, move up, and now first of all drag the animator in there. Then we need to add the nav mesh agent to this, turn on gizmos, and drag and drop the nav mesh agent there. Add the capsule collider, make this as 1 and height 2. That's it. After this, make the time between shoot as 2, or actually 4. Okay, then it needs the spawn point, so which spawn point is closer to this one. Okay, second one. So let's set the second spawn point right there. Then it needs the reference to the player AI transform. Do that. Then it needs the look point. So now our player AI 1 will shoot this enemy AI 1. Okay, so in there create a empty game object. Let me close the body. Okay, I think it was created inside there. Let's remove that actually. And in the enemies, enemy 1, create empty game object. Let's name this as look point enemy. Okay, click on player AI1. Let's attach that look point right there. Then click on player AI empty game object. This will be the shooting area recast, and also make a look point in the enemy AI as well. Move the shooting recast up there and then forward, click on there and drag and drop the shooting area recast and then the player AI transform. Sorry, the player AI body. Okay, that's it. Now this player will actually kills the enemy, but right here if you see it shows that player body and player layer. We don't want player body, player layer. We want this to be enemy body and enemy layer. So in the enemy AI, let's go right there. This should be changed to enemy actually. So enemy body, and then this one to enemy layer. That's it. Now let's get back. Let's assign the enemy body 1 there and then the enemy layer. That's it. Now this enemy will kill the enemy 1. Okay, this player. Make the vision radius 100, make the shooting radius 10 or actually 15. Let's play the game. Let's go inside scene view. Okay, it animation should be changed to loop time. So click on there, one loop time and also loop pause, shoot loop time. That's it. And then dead will be not in loop time. Let's play it again. Let's go inside the scene view. There is the player. Okay, he is not moving because I think the enemy is outside the zone. Let's actually make the zone of the enemies as 5000 and the player as 5000 as well, so that it covers the whole map. Okay, why the player is not moving, man? Come on, there is player. Let's come right there. As you can see, it shows that shooting enemy. It shoot the enemy once. Okay, And the reason our player was not moving is we didn't change the player speed, so let's make this player speed as 3. Now let's start the game again. Now he still can't move. As you can see right here, it shows that there is no enemy in vision radius and nor in shooting radius. And guys, the reason the enemy is not being searched by our player AI is because if you select all of our enemies, they didn't have the tag and also the layer. So let's add the tag and the layer, okay, like that. And then this enemy will now kill that first enemy, and also we want that enemy to kill this first player, okay. So click on that enemy and assign this player AI body right there. That's it. Now click on this player AI 1 and tag them this one as player, and also change its layer to player as well, so that the enemies can also identify our player AI. Now let's just play the game. Okay, as you can see now our player is moving. As you can see, he is now moving perfectly fine, and there are the enemies. Let's run to this point. Okay, there they are. Let's actually make the player AI shooting radius as 10. Okay, and also let's make some changes in our environment as well. We don't want these walls right here, so let's just simply delete these walls and these containers as well. Oops. Okay, yes, we want to delete that as well. Let's remove that from there. That's it. Now it looks good like this. Now let's simply close down the environment, the enemies as well. And actually let me just for now deactivate the other enemies, and let's see the fight between the enemy 1 and the player AI 1. This video is getting a little bit more bigger, so we will have to cut this. Okay, now as you can see, this enemy is still shooting us. I don't know why. Now as you can see, the player shoots that enemy as you saw it, and now that enemy is respawn right there where it is. Okay, it was somewhere right there in the air, and that was due to the spawn points. So make sure that your spawn points are on the ground, okay guys. And the reason the enemy was shooting us is because of the look point. So to the enemy 1, add the player AI look point. Okay, so right here in the look point, add that one, and then it will follow the player AI, and also look at the player AI. That's it. Let's focus up on the spawn point like that. Put it down below, select the other ones and move them down below to the ground, actually, like that. Let's play the game again. There is our player eye, there is the enemy eye, and now as you can see they are firing at each other. And now let's see who will die. As you can see, the enemy AI is dead, and after 5 seconds the enemy AI has been respawned right there. Okay, there it is. And why these two are not moving? Let's click on this. Let's remove the vision radius to 1, and let's check it out again. I don't know why they are a lot more far away from each other, but it still shows that they are in range. I don't know why, for what reason. Let's see this. It is correct. Let's see the enemy. Okay, guys, the reason behind that problem, if we see on our enemy 1, as you can see, the enemy character is the body transform. So whenever the enemy player respawn, then it just respawn this body of the player in the spawn area. Okay, we don't want that. We want this whole enemy body to be respawned. So just drag and drop the enemy body. Okay, and it is already enemy 2, enemy 3, and as you can see it is just 3. So in the enemy character, add the enemy 4. If you check it right here, it is all right. I don't know why, how we did that mistake, but now you know that you will have to add the specific enemy body right here in the enemy character. So now let's just play with all of the enemies in it. Now you will notice that there are the enemies. Our player is coming. Yes, he is. There is the enemy. Now let's try to shoot that one. He is dead now. As you can see, they both are shooting at each other. Okay, it kills our enemy. Our player will be respawned. Don't worry about that. Okay, he will be respawned from there. Okay, there he is. He is being respawned, and now they will shoot each other again. You will notice, as you can see, and the other enemies are also shooting at me and shooting at my other player. Okay, so this is working, I think, fine. And now we need to make more player AIs, so for that, catch you guys in the next one. In the previous video, we have completed our player AI. Now our player AI can kill enemies and can be killed by the enemies. As you can see, he is running towards the enemies. What we will do is to add the muzzle spark to our player AI and then to our enemies. So if we click on our enemy, here is the player AI script. Okay, not enemy. Let's open the script up, and right down below this animator reference, let's create a public particle system, and this will be basically a reference to the muzzle spark. Okay, now we have the reference. Let's get down to the shoot enemy function right here above this raycast hit. Let's create, or actually let's call this muzzle spark and then dot play, and this will basically play the muzzle spark whenever our player AI shoots the enemy. Let's save the script and get back to Unity. Now let's expand the player AI body, and in the Tommy gun mesh let's add our Muzzle spark. So just drag and drop it in there. As you can see, click on it and then click on this unpack completely, and then click on player AI. Let's drag and drop the Muzzle spark effect right there. Okay, and now whenever the player AI shoots the enemy, it will play that Muzzle spark effect. Okay, now let's quickly add this to our enemies as well. So if we open up this enemies, right here we have the script. Open up the script and write down below, as we did for the player AI, we will first of all add a reference like that, and then in the shoot function let's copy that from there, and then right here in the shoot let's paste it. That's it. Let's save the script now, and now let's open up this enemy game object, then body, root, and then hips, spine, chest, arm, and then right arm, right forearm, right hand. Let's focus on it. Here is the weapon holder, and now inside this weapon holder we will drag and drop the muzzle spark right there. Let's click on that, unpack completely. Where is it? I can't see the effect. It is actually right here. We don't want it to be. So what we will do is to simply add this inside this rifle, and then let's copy the transform of the front side. So copy component, and then let's actually click on this, unpack completely, and then paste component values. Now there it is. Let's try and drop it to that point. Okay, there it is. And now let's make the start size of it as 100. Let's actually resize it again. And if you see right there is another spark. Let's make this start size 1. Okay, and it looks good like that. Okay, let's close this. Now let's open up the second enemy, root, and then in spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, then right hand. Let's now double click on it. There is the weapon holder, and there is the rifle. Let's drag and drop this in there, and then click on prefab and back completely. Maybe start size 1, and as you can see the mirror spark is right there. I don't know why, for what reason. So we will copy the transform of the front side. So copy component, let's paste the component values. There it is. There is the mother spark. Let's try and drop it to that point. Okay, and as you can see it looks good. Okay, so we have added it to our second enemy. Now let's open up the third one. So spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, and then right hand. Let's focus upon the hand, weapon holder. Now inside the machine gun, drag and drop the muzzle spark, prefab, unpack completely, make this start size 1, and after that copy the transform of the first base. So where is it? copy component, click on Muzzle Spark and paste the component. Okay, there it is. Let's just put the Muzzle Spark right there, and that's it, as you can see. After the third one, let's do it for the fourth one. So spine, chest, right shoulder, right arm, right forearm, and then right hand. We have this weapon holder. Inside the weapon, let's drag and drop, prefab, unpack completely, make the start size 1, then copy the component of this front side, copy component, and then paste component values. There it is. Let's drag and drop it to that point. And there is the muzzle spark for this enemy as well. So we have added it for all of the 4 enemies. Let me actually open this one up. Okay, there it is. So now let's select the first enemy and drag and drop the muzzle spark right there. Then the second enemy, drag and drop this. Okay, right there. Then after the second, let's open up the third one and drag and drop that in there. Then the fourth one, so drag and drop that right there. That's it. Now let's save the game and play it. Now you will notice that whenever the enemy fire at us, as you can see, it plays the mother spark, but as you can see right there, okay, they are playing the mother spark effect. And now with this added, let's end this video right here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add the player teammates. Okay, for now we just only have one teammate, so let's just add the other teammates. Let's just duplicate this first one and let's rename this to player AI2. Let's move him somewhere right there. Okay, to that point, let's double click. Here it is. Now in there, let's delete this body of this player, and for now let's add this body 4, okay, from the military pack. So drag and drop this body in there. As you can see, let's click on prefab, unpack completely. So then remove this animator component from the body, and after this we need to add the muzzle spark effect. So in the prefabs, let's drag and drop this muzzle spark in there, and then click on prefab, unpack completely. Let's make the start size 1, or let's make it 100. Okay, there it is. Let's make it 200 actually, and now it looks good like that. So click on prefab, unpack completely now again. Click on player AI and drag and drop the muzzle spark effect right there, and the other things are assigned by itself, as you can see. So this second player AI will simply kill this enemy. Okay, so click on that player and drag and drop this enemy right there. That's it. Now we have 3 player teammates including the player with it. Okay, so now let's add a fourth one. Actually the player will have 3 teammates, but with including the player it becomes 4. Okay, so let's name this one as player AI3. Let's change the body of this player to something. Now let's select this one. Okay, so let's drag and drop the body in there. Refab, unpack completely. Let's delete the first one and then remove this animator controller. Let's expand this, and in the Tommy gun mesh, let's drag and drop the muzzle spark effect. Refab, unpack completely. Let's make the start size 200. That's it. And then click on the main game object of the player AI, drag and drop that. And now this third player AI will now kill this fourth enemy. Okay, so let's drag and drop that in their box. Sorry, not in the player character, right here in the enemy body. That's it. Okay, so now we have different teammates. Let's select different teammates. As you can see, we need to increase the shooting radius of our player AIs. Okay, so let's make this 10 because our shooting radius was a little bit too small, so our player AI can't reach the enemy, and then the enemy killed our player AIs. Okay, in the previous video if you saw it. So let's add all of these three in some main game object. Okay, so let's create an empty game object. Let's move this a little bit down there. Let's name this as player AIs, or you can name this whatever you want. Let's drag and drop that in there. That's it. This will be the spawn point of these enemies, sorry, the player AIs. And actually by that, let's change the spawn points of these player AIs as well. So this first enemy spawn point will be this 2, okay, which is that one. And then this player AI 2 spawn point will be this fifth one. So let's drag and drop that in there. Then select the third one, and for this enemy, sorry, the player, I don't know why I call them enemies. Okay, we will add this third spawn point to the third player AI. That's it. Now if we play the game, it will now look really cool because now we have different player AIs. As you can see, they are running towards the enemies. Okay, you can see it. Now there are the enemies, and as you can see now they are killing the enemies as well. So now, so they are killing the enemies, but if you noticed it, they were not pointing towards their specific enemy, and that is because we forgot to add the specific look point for the enemies. Okay, so for example, this player AI 1 will kill this enemy 1, okay, and this one will kill the enemy 2. So let's drag and drop the look point of this enemy 2. Okay, as you can see, this one doesn't have the look point, and let's check the third one. The third one don't have the look point as well, and this one as well. And this enemy one doesn't have the shooting area recast. If we click on it, that is inside the body of this enemy. Okay, so we don't want this inside the body, we want this outside of the body. Okay, that's it. Now let's add look points to the enemies. So if we click on that and then click on create empty, let's create a look point enemy. Okay, so that will be look point for this enemy, and this one for this one. Now let's create it for the third one as well. Look point enemy. Okay, there it is. Let's create it for the fourth one as well. So look point enemy. So now they all of the enemies have the lock points. So this one has the lock point added. Now let's add it to the second one. This one will kill the second enemy, so let's drag and drop the lock point right there. Now let's select this one. This one will kill the fourth enemy, so let's drag and drop the lock point in there. Okay, so now they have the lock point. Now this first enemy will kill the player AI1, so it has the lock point added. Okay, and now this player AI2 will kill the second enemy. So now this second enemy will kill our player AI2. So let's drag and drop that in there, and also make sure that you change the lock point as well. So let's drag and drop the second player AI lock point right there. And now this third one will kill the fourth enemy. So this fourth enemy will kill the third player AI. Okay, so drag and drop that in there, and also drag and drop the lock point as well right there. That's it. So now they will kill each other, and one of the, I think yes, the third enemy AI will kill our player. Okay, so now if we play the game, okay, now you will notice that they will kill each other, and one enemy will come to us. As you can see, now they are killing each other. As you can see, this player AI killed that enemy, and that one kills that enemy. Okay, and as you can see, there is the enemy which will kill us. So let's kill him as well. There he is, dead. And now as you can see, they are fighting with each other. Let's kill this enemy. Okay, so they are now killing each other. And also let's make the enemies a little bit stronger. So let's make the damage, give damage of them as, let's actually make two enemies. Let's increase their give damage to 6 and give damage to 7. That's it, so that the enemies can be stronger as well. And then there are the player AIs which will give damage of 5. That is it. So now we have the enemies, then we have the player AIs which kill each other, and also the enemies can kill us, and we can kill the enemies as well. So with all of this setup, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now from this video onwards, we will start adding the sound effects to our game. So as you can see, these are some of the audio files which I will provide the link to download it. So make sure that you download these audios, and you can use your own audios if you want. Okay, so let us simply drag and drop this inside the assets. Okay, there are the audios. We have some machine gun audios. Let's play one of it. As you can see, this is the reloading audio, and then this is the ammo out, and then these are the footstep. So let's go ahead and add all of them one by one. First of all, let's start it from the player to this player. We will add the footstep. If we open up the animations actually, okay, so as you can see, these animations are added to our player and player AIs. So let's start the animation from this aiming run. Okay, so double click on this animation, and actually it is already opened. As you can see right here in the animations, we will add the events. Okay, So whenever the foot hits the ground, we will add an event. Okay, so now basically if we move this like this, okay, so right there the first uh, foot hits the ground. So right here from this add event button we will add an event, and let's name this event, for example, step. Okay, you can name this footstep if you want. Click apply. So we have added the first step. Now right there we have the second step. Okay, so let's add an event. Let's name this event as step as well. And guys, make sure that you name this the same. Okay, all of these events. So there was the first step. Now it is okay, we just only have to add two events on this animation. Now let's select the aim walking animation. Okay, this one. So right there the first footstep hits, so let's add an animation. Let's name this as step. Okay, click apply. After this, whoops, so there was the first step. Now there is the second, so let's add an event, name this as step as well. Click apply. After this we have walk back, walk sit. Nope, we don't want that. Let's check the depth animation. You don't have to add any animation right there. Now this is the idle. Here is the jump. Let's add the events to this jump. So let's add an event there by the name of step, and then one right there. That's it. After the jump we have this run, so let's add an event right there, and then right there. So add event step. After this we have the sit idle, sit walk, and just the walk. So let's add an event right there, and then right there. So add event step. Click on apply, and that's it. So now the events are added, and as I told you, we have used these animation for our player and our player AIs. So in this video we will add the sound effects to both of them. Okay, so let's click on this player, and to this player we will have to add a footstep script. So first of all, let's create a C# script by the name of footsteps. Let's press enter, and now let's open the script. Okay, let's remove this function, and right here let's first of all create a reference to our audio source. Okay, and name this as audio source as well. After this, let's create a header by the name of footsteps sources, and in here we will be needing a reference to our audio clips. Okay, so let's say public audio clip. Let's make this an array, and let's name this as footsteps sound. Okay, after this we will create a function in which we will say that, as you know that this audio clip is an array, so we can add two footstep sound or three footstep sound. Okay, so in that function we will say that whatever sounds are added to that array, we want to select different footstep sound from that. Okay, from this footstep sound array. Okay, so let's create a private audio clip type function, and let's name this as get random footstep, and in here we will return the footstep sounds. So let's say random dot range, and for the first one we will say 0, and then for the second one we will say footstep sound dot length. Okay, that's it. So now this function will select random footstep sound if we have added more than 2. Okay, and then after this we want to play that sound, so for that we will create a function by the name of step, and in here we will simply say audio clip, and then clip will be equals to the get random footstep. Okay, and then we will say audio source dot play one shot. And guys, as you know that we have named the event as step, so make sure that you name this function as step as well, okay, or else it will give you an error. So audio clip dot play one short clip, and clip is equals to this can get random footstep, in which we get a random footstep from this array, audio clip array. Okay, we will add footstep sound to this array, so don't worry about that. And I just want to tell you that make sure that you name this as step as well then, because if we see our animations, as you know, we have named this event as step. Okay, so this will be also named as step. So now let's just save this, get back to Unity, and click on player. Let's add the footstep script right there, move it up, and now we can't see our audio source, so actually let's make this public. Okay, there it is. Let's add a audio source first of all to the player main game object, and now make this 3D. Okay, the blend 3D, and let's make the volume a little bit lower, okay, so that doesn't blast the loud sounds. Okay, so drag and drop the audio source right there, then click on this, and then we will add one footstep sound, because if we check our audios we have just one footstep. Actually you can make this two if you want, and then just drag and drop this twice, okay, right there. So now it will select between these two footstep sounds. Okay, that's it. Now if you play the game you will notice the sounds, as you can see. And now it is showing an error on the player AI because we didn't add the script right there, but don't worry, we will add it. But now as you can see, for the player the footstep sound works perfectly fine. As you can see, it works on running, and then on walking, and then on jump, as you can see, and then aim walk as well. Okay, it plays the sound effect I recorded. So now let's select our player AI. Okay, we have this player AI right here, so let's give them the footstep sound in the next video, because now we have the script ready. So let's complete that in the next video. Okay, so select these three enemy AIs. First of all, add a audio source to it and make it 3D, and let's make the volume down. Okay, make it lower, and after the audio source let's drag and drop the footstep sound script right there. Drag and drop the audio source, we will add two footsteps. Click on audio, let's drag and drop the first one, then the second one, and that's it. Now if you play the game, it will actually play the footstep sounds as well. As you can see, when they are running, it plays the sound as well. Okay, my game just lagged. So now as you can see, they are playing the footstep sound, as you can see. Let's just test it out again. You can hear the footstep sounds, as you can see. When they are running, it plays the footstep sounds. So it was really simple. Just select both of the three player AIs, drag and drop the script, add an audio source, make the audio source 3D and make the volume a little bit lower, drag and drop the audio source, and then the footstep sounds. Okay, and as you can see, they both have the audio source of the player AI 3. So actually you will need to add the audio source one by one like that. Okay, and to the third one it is added already. That's it. So now we have added footstep sound to the player AIs. Now let's add the shooting sounds, but that is for the next video. So now in this video we will add shooting sounds to our player and to our player AIs. So for that, let's open up the player script and right down below let's add a header by the name of sound effects. In here we need a reference to the audio source. Let's name this as audio source as well. Oops. Okay, and after that we need a reference to our shooting sounds. We will say public audio clip and let's name this as shooting sound. Okay, after this, actually we will need to cut this from here because for the shooting we have a different script which is the rifle script. So open that up and then paste it down below. And then let's scroll down to the shoot function, and right here when we play the muzzle spark, let's also play the shooting sound as well. So we will say audio source dot play one shot, and we want to play the shooting sound. Now if we save this, get back to Unity, click on player, then body, and then Tomigal mesh. Okay, it needs the audio source of the player, so drag and drop the player game object in there and it will automatically select the audio source. Now let's add the audio. So we will add this audio to the player. Okay, so click on Tomigal mesh. Let's drag and drop that in there. That's it. Let's play the game. And now whenever we shoot, it will play the sound, as you can see. You can try adding different sounds if you want. For example, this sound, as you can see. You can add this one as well if you want. Now let's add shooting sounds to our player AIs as well, but before that we will need to add the reloading sound to our player. Okay, so for that, simply on the rifle script, after this shooting sound, let's create a reference to our reloading sound, and then if we scroll down right here we will need to add the audio. So after this reloading animation, we will say audio source dot play one shot, and we want to play the reloading sound. That's it. Save it, get back to Unity and select the Tommy gun mesh again and just simply drag and drop the reloading sound right there. Save the game. Let's play it and let's see the sound now. Now as you can see, it plays the reloading sound. And you can notice the difference between the audio. If we shoot it from this position, you can notice the sound is a little bit lower. Now if we shoot in the focus mode, it is now a lot more louder, okay? So it looks really good. So we have added the reloading sound and the gun sound. Now in the next video we will add sound effects to our player AIs, okay, the shooting sound. So catch you guys in the next one. So let's go ahead and add the shooting sounds to our player AIs as well. So open up the script, then let's move to the top. Right here let's create the same header and variables as well, so we can just copy that and paste it right down below. Remove the reloading sound from there, just add the shooting sound. So let's copy that from there as well. Click on player AI, and whenever we shoot now, after the muzzle spark, we want to play the shooting sound as well. That's it. Now if we save this and get back to Unity and then select all of our player AIs, okay, they need the audio source. So first of all, let's add the audio source one by one. Right there, then right there, and then the third one as well. And after that, select three of them and let's add the shooting sound. Let's add this shooting sound, okay, to all of these three. So just drag and drop that inside there. Now let's play the game and let's hear their shooting sound. There he is. Now as you can see, they are playing the shooting sound, but it is not that accurate. So let's go ahead and for now comment this out and we will fix that in the later videos. But now you know how we can add sounds to anything, okay, to the player or the player AIs. Now in the next video we will add footstep sounds to our enemies as well. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. So here is all of the enemies. Let's select all of them and add a audio source to them. Let's make the audio source 3D. Let's make the volume down below. And after this, what we will do is to simply click on scripts and let's drag and drop the footstep script right there. And now select the enemy one by one. So select it and drag and drop the audio source in there like that. Okay, and after this, select all of the four enemies, give the array size 2, and then go inside audio and drag and drop the footstep sound in there. So 1 and 2, that's it. Save the game. Now if we play it and let's hear their footstep sound. Okay, as you can see, you can hear their footstep sound. Let's walk away from this enemy and you can hear their footstep sound. You can actually make the volume of this a little bit higher so you can hear it properly. Okay, let's play it. Now you can hear their footstep sound, as you can see. So in this way you can add footstep sound to your enemies as well. And with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Hello guys and welcome back. So now in this video we will add the player UI. Okay, we will show the player rifle information right here, and also we will show the health bar, and then in the future videos we will add the mobile inputs. So for now let's change this to from game mode to simulator, and here is the Apple iPhone 6 for testing. Okay, you can select any other phone if you want. There are many options in here, but for now we will leave this as it is. Make sure that you have turned on the safe area and work inside this safe area. So let's first of all add our player health bar. So for that, open up your browser and search for this beautiful progress bar 3, which is on the Unity asset store. Here is the URL for it if you want it. This is the developer name and this is the size of it. I have already added this to my assets, and you will do the same as well. And after that, click on this open in Unity, then open Unity editor, and it will open up the package manager. Then just simply download it first of all, and after downloading click on import. We don't want the scene folder in here and also the scripts folder. We just want the prefabs and the progress UI materials. Okay, so just click on import. Let's now close that. Here is the progress bar. You can use whatever you want inside of there, and this is the prefabs, as you can see. So basically I have already created a player health bar in my previous project, so I have just copied that from that project and we will use that health bar in this project as well. So you will find this player UI, so just simply go ahead and download this and then drag and drop this inside the project. So let's scroll down actually, and in the prefabs folder drag and drop it. Now click on prefab. Here is the player UI, and what we can do is to simply drag and drop it right here. And now at the bottom, as you can see, this is the player health bar. Let's actually click on that, prefab unpack completely, and let me tell you that this health bar has the same source images, which is from this package which we have recently added. Okay, so you can change this to whatever you want. For example, if you select now this fill, as you can see, you can change them accordingly of your choice, because there are many beautiful bars. Okay, so I will use the same. Okay, but now we need to change this a little bit. So if you go inside 2D mode, then click on player UI. Here is the health bar. If we change the value of it, as you can see, we can change the value of it as well. Okay, from here let's remove this health bar icon, and now as you can see, there it is. Let's now move this to the middle. Let's actually click on this react transform, then hold down the alt button and select bottom center, and as you can see, it is right here in the center. Now let's turn on the gizmos so that we can see the canvas. Okay, let's move this a little bit up there like that, and then right down below right here we will show the ammo, or you can say the rifle information. Okay, so We have added the health bar, and as you can see it is working as well. So now we need to type a script for this as well. So for that, if you click on scripts right here, let's create a new script by the name of health bar. Press enter, then click on player UI, then health bar, then just simply drag and drop this script in there. And now let's just open this up. Right here, let's remove these two functions and let's create a public reference to our health bar slider. So we will say health bar slider, and this will be actually a reference to this slider, okay, this health bar. And guys, since we are dealing with the UI, so at the top make sure that you type using Unity engine.ui. Okay, after that let's create a function. So we will say public void, which name this as give full health. Let's pass a variable to it by the name of float health, and basically we will pass a value to this float health from the player script. Okay, we will pass this present health right here. Okay, as you can see the player health is 1000 F, so right here the present health is equals to player health. So now present health is 1000 F, so this float health will be also 1000 F. And then we want to show the health bar using the health bar slider, so we will say health bar slider dot max value, and this max health value will be equals to health, and also the health bar slider dot value will be equals to health as well. And let me show you what this means. Now as you know, this health will be 1000 F, so right here this will be the maximum value. When we play the game, this max value will be equals to 1000 F, and then this value will be also equals to 1000 F, so it will show the health bar like this. Okay, let's go back. For now, as you can see, this is 1 1, and after when we play the game, then this will be equals to 1000 F. Okay, so now after that we want to decrease the health as well. So for that, let's say public float set health. Okay, we want to set the health whenever we are hit by the enemy. So for that we will say health bar slider dot value will be equals to health. That's it. So now let's pass the values to this health, okay, from our player script. So for that, if you go to the player script right here, first of all at the top we will create a reference to the health bar. So let's say public health bar, let's name this as health bar as well. Then as I told you, whenever the game starts we want to give the full health. So for that right here we will say health bar dot give full health. Okay, this is this function give full health. So give full health, and let's now pass the player health variable. So player health. So now whenever the game starts, this health bar slider maximum value will be equals to player health, okay, which is 1000 F, and this value will be equals to also 1000 F. And now as I told you right here, we will decrease the health, or you can say that whenever the enemy hit us we will decrease the health. So for this we need to pass this present health. Okay, so now if we scroll down to the player health script right here, whenever the player take damage, then we will say player dot set health. Okay, this is the set health function, and right here let's pass the present health now. That's it. Let's get back to the this script, and right here change this to void because it is not a float, it is void. Save that, get back to Unity. Now click on player, Okay, as you can see, it needs the health bar, so let's now drag and drop the health bar in there. That's it. Now let's play the game, and you will notice that now the health bar slider is saying that object reference not set because we didn't edit the slider. So if you open this up, actually the slider is right here. Okay, so just drag and drop this slider right there, and that is it. Now if you play the game, you will notice this maximum value will be 1000 and this as well, as you can see. Let's get back to 3D mode. Let's focus upon the player. Okay, there he is. Let me actually play this in game mode because we don't have the mobile inputs for now. And you will notice that now whenever the enemy hit us, our health will be decreased. Okay, this enemy is hitting me, but I don't know why my health is not decreasing. Let's see. Okay, if you can see, it shows shooting clear. But I guess the reason behind this is if we open up this enemy, as you can see, this enemy will hit our player, and his player is not set on this enemy. So make sure that you set this as player. Okay, and now if we play the game, now you will notice that whenever the enemy hit us, it will give us a damage. There is the enemy. As you can see, now our health is decreasing, and now we are dead. So now you know that the health bar is working properly. Just make sure that you make this is clear true on that enemy which will shoot the player. Okay, so with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now we have the health bar. Now let's add the other player UI as well. For example, the rifle information right here. So for that, inside this player UI, what we will do, we will add a UI panel. Okay, and let's name this panel as rifle info. Okay, and let's change back to normal mode and go inside scene 2D. Let's focus upon this now. Okay, there is the panel. Let's move this panel right there. Okay, and then let's move it there, right there. That's it. So the panel width and height should be similar to the health bar. Okay, so let me just move this right there and this one right there. That's it. Let's see it. Okay, there it is. It looks perfect now. So now right here we will show the information. Right here we will first of all show the rifle. So right here let's add a UI image by the name of rifle profile, and let's drag and drop this image right there. Let's click on set native size, and now let's do that like this. Okay, and let's resize it on this side as well. Okay, let's check it out. There is the rifle. Okay, it looks good like this. Now right here we will show the ammo text and the magazine text. So for that, create a UI text, and actually let's create a simple text, okay, not a text mesh pro. So in the legacy you will find this text, okay, and let's name this as ammo text. Let's get back to the scene. There it is. In here we will say ammo and then dot, and for example ammo 20. Let's resize it to 30, 20. Let's make it in the center, and let's make it bold. Move this to this side. Let me drag and drop that in there so that we can see how well it looks. Okay. We will show ammo text right there and the magazine text down below. So duplicate it and change this to magazines, or just mag text, and then in here we will change this from ammo to magazines. That's it. Let's move this down below right there. Let's make this profile of the rifle a little bit larger like that. Okay, now we need these fonts, so just go ahead and download the fonts and just simply drag and drop this inside the main assets folder. So we have the fonts right here. Let's select both of these and change the font size to this one. Okay, now as you can see it looks really beautiful like that, as you can see. But just move this to here and then a little bit down below. That's it. Looks beautiful like that. We just need to change the magazine text, so let's resize this a little bit. Let's make the font size as 15, 16. Actually make it 16. Okay, so we have the rifle profile, ammo text, magazine, and that's it. We have now the UI set. Now in the next video we will type a script for this so that these values will be updated whenever we shoot and change the magazine. So for that, catch guys in the next video. Okay, so let's go ahead and type a script for this. So in the scripts folder, let's create a new C# script by the name of ammo count. Press enter, click on rifle info, drag and drop the script right there. Okay, let's wait for this. I don't know why Unity is a lot more slower these days. Okay, so now drag and drop it. Okay, there is the script. Let's open this up and let's remove these functions. And since we will be dealing with the UI, so make sure at the top you type Unity engine.ui. Okay, and then in here let's create a reference to our ammo text. So for that we will say ammunition text, and then we need a reference to our magazine text, so we will say mag text, and after this we need to create a occurrence. Okay, so that actually means that where the ammo decreasing will happen, okay, and that is on the rifle script. Whenever we shoot, we decrease the ammo. So for that we need an occurrence, so we will say ammo count. Let's name this occurrence. You can name this as instance as well if you want, but I will name this as occurrence. And then right down below we will create a awake function, and in here this occurrence will be equals to this. Then down below let's create a function for updating the ammo. So we will say public void update ammo text, and this will be needing an integer which will be present ammunition. Okay, and then the ammunition text dot text will be equals to ammo dot, actually let's keep this inside double quotes, so ammo dot present ammunition, and this present ammunition will come from the rifle script. Okay, it will be basically this present ammunition which will be equals to maximum ammunition, which is 20. Okay, so after updating the ammo text we need to also update the magazine text. So for that we will create a function by the name of update magazine text, and in here we will say integer mag. Okay, this will be needing a integer by the name of mag. Then we will say mag text dot text will be equals to magazines dot and then space and then plus mag, and this mag will come from the rifle script. So now let's pass these values to this ammo count. So on the rifle script right here in the shoot function, after playing this everything, okay, or let's just do it up there, we will update our UI. So first of all we need to update the ammo, so let's say ammo count dot occurrence dot update ammo text, and it needs a present ammunition, so we'll pass that to it. Okay, right here as you will see. After this we will say ammo count dot occurrence dot update mag text, and now it needs the magazines, so we will pass the mag in there, and that is it. Now if we save the script, I don't know why it is showing that, but if we restart our Unity, that error will be gone. But for now let's just ignore it. Right here it needs the ammunition text and the mag text, so let's drag and drop the ammo text and the magazine text. That is it. Let's check our rifle. Okay, everything is set up already. So now let's go ahead and play the game in the game mode. Okay, we can see our ammo text, and that is because we have set that in the mobile screen. So for the PC, let's actually click on simulator actually, and let's click on this and make this bottom right, sorry, bottom center. As you can see, it is in the center, but we need to just move it a little bit to that side. So in the scene, there it is. Let's move it a little bit to this position like this. Okay, it looks good. Let's now change into game mode. Now we can see it in every screen position, as you can see. Now if you try to shoot As you can see, the ammo is decreasing, and now we are reloading. Now the ammo is updated again. As you can see, it works now, and the magazines are updating as well. As you can see, now we have 11 magazines left, so it means that now this is working as well. Now we have a fully functional health bar, a fully functional rifle information UI, and now we need to fix one thing, and let me show it to you. If we come closer to the enemy, okay, as you can see, he just shoot us really fast. As you can see, it doesn't wait for the time, okay, which we have assigned it, for example time between shoot. And also we had a problem with our shooting sound for the player AIs, okay, and I've told you that we will fix that in the future videos. So now in the next video we will fix both of these problems. So for that, catch you guys in the next one. So the reason behind the enemy is shooting so faster and also the player AI shooting sound doesn't work is because, let me show you the enemy script right here. If you notice, when we say that if this is not true, okay, previously shot, then we want to shoot, okay, and actually we have right type this code outside this if condition. So make sure that you type this code right here, okay, inside this if condition, and after this you will have to cut this from there and actually paste this inside there, okay, right here, and that is it. You will have to put this inside the if condition, okay, from there to here, and then this animation, put this inside this if condition, okay, and this one inside this if condition. That's it. Now if we save this, and now let's just actually select all of the enemies first of all and change their time between shoot to 0.1. Okay, so now after every 0.1 seconds they will shoot. You can increase or decrease this according to your enemy's weapons, okay, but for now we'll leave this as 0.1. And now you will notice that after every 0.1 second the enemy will shoot and then stop, wait for 0.1 second, and then again the enemy will shoot, as you can see now. Okay, if we now try to increase this to 5, now after every 5 seconds the enemy will shoot, you will notice it, as you can see. So you can set this according to your own game. Okay, now as you can see, after every 1 second the enemy shoots. Okay, let's set this timer. Let's for example say 0.4. Okay, let's make this 0.2. I think 0.2 will be a good value. So select all of the enemies again and change this to 0.2. And now there was a problem with our player shooting sound, okay, player AI shooting sound, and that was the same issue with that script as well, because this previously shot was outside this if condition on the player AI. You will notice it. So that's why this previously shot was never equals to true. Okay, so we need to make this to true so that it just stops shooting for some time as we did for the enemy. So now first of all, cut this animation from there and put it in here, okay, right here, and then cut this from here and inside this if condition paste it. That's it. Let's give some space there, and now let's uncomment this, and now it will play the shooting sound perfectly. So save the script, and now the shooting sound of the player will work perfectly fine. You will notice it. Now as you can see, after every second they fire, but I think their time between shoot is 4 seconds. As you can see, let's make this as 0.1, okay, for all of the three player AIs. And now after every 0.1 second they will shoot, and the sound will look perfectly fine. You will notice it. Now you can notice their shooting sound. It sounds perfect, as you can see, but it is not playing the muzzle spark. As you can see, it is showing for just these two. I think we didn't add muzzle spark to this enemy. So let's select the first one. He has the muzzle spark. Let's check the second one. He has as well. The second. Now let's try the third one. They have the muzzle spark attached, but I don't know why it didn't work. For the first one, as you can see, it shows that muzzle spark dot play, but I think this is an issue with my Unity because everything is perfectly fine. So now with our two issues solved, now let's add a shooting sound to our enemies as well. So if you click on our enemy, as you can see, they have the muzzle spark. Now let's add the shooting sound. So for that, we will have to copy this from the player AI, click on enemy, paste that right there, and then copy this line as well from there and paste it right down here. That's it. Now save the script, get back right here, and now select the enemies. As you can see, there they are. Let's add the audio source one by one. Okay, and now let's add the shooting sound. So in the audios, let's add this. Let me check this sound. Let's add this one. So drag and drop that in there, and that's it. And let's make the audio source sound of the player AI is a little bit louder so that you guys can hear it properly. I don't know why I'm talking so slow. I don't know if you will be able to hear my voice or not. But now if they try to shoot on the player AIs, you can notice the sounds as you can see. So it is working perfectly fine. Now we have the sound effects, we have the player UI as you can see. Now the only thing that is remaining is the mobile inputs. So in the next video we will focus on the mobile inputs. Hello and welcome back. So now before adding the mobile inputs, first of all we will add the score manager. So we will show the total number of kills for the player team and the total number of kill for the enemy team as well. Right here inside this player UI, let's create a UI panel. Let's change into scene mode. Double click on this panel. There it is. Let's resize this panel. Okay, like that. And then move it right there. Okay, these two boxes, as you can see now. Let's make this on the top center. Let's check it out. There it is. Let's put it right there and a little bit on this side. Okay, now let's duplicate this and move it right here. Okay, it looks good. That's it. Now this one will be the player score panel, and then the next one will be the enemy score panel. And let's select both of them and let's make them a little bit darker. Okay, make its color black, and then like that. As you can see, it looks good like this. Now inside this player score, let's create a UI text, and let's name this text as player score counter. And let's do the same for the enemy score as well. So UI legacy text, let's name this as enemy score counter. Now in the player score counter, let's change this text to 0, make the font size 20, and right here let's select this font with 30 or 40. Actually, let's just make it 50. Okay, then select the text and resize this text so that it matches the whole thing, and let's put it on the center and then in the middle like that. As you can see, now it looks really good. Now let's do the same for this one with 0, 50, center, then in the middle, and now let's resize it. And also let's select the font. So if we see it in this view, as you can see, it looks really good like that. Now after this, let's create a UI panel again. Let's name this panel as win/lose board. Let's resize this panel. So from here, let's move it up there, and let's do that. And now let's bring it down here. Sit. Let's make it fully transparent, and in here we will now show the text. So UI legacy text, and in here we will type team need 10 kills to win. That's it. Make the font size 20, make it bold, and let's fit this whole panel like that. Now let's move it to the center and down below. We can change this as well. So as you can see now, it looks really good like that, but actually we need to make the React transform of it at the top center, and after that let's move it down below again like that. That's it. Now if you see it in the game view, there it is, and now in the mobile view it will be shown like this. Okay, so now we have all of these things set up. Now in the next video we will type a script, so whenever we kill the enemy, the player score will be increased, and whenever the enemy kill one of our player, then this will be increased as well. And actually the last thing which we can do is to change the color of this. So let's change the color of our player score text to something like blue, and the enemy text color to red. Okay, that's it. so that we know which one is the player text and which one is the enemy text. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a C# script. Let's name this as score manager. Then click on player UI and drag and drop this script right there. Now let's open this up, and in here we don't need these two functions. Let's create a header by the name of score manager. In here let's create a public integer by the name of kills, and then create another integer by the name of enemy kills, then another integer, or actually let's make this time a text because we already have a kills integer and enemy integer. Okay, this kill integer will be for the player kills and this enemy kills will be for the enemy kills, as you know by the name. Now we need a reference to the player kill counter, and also we need a reference to the enemy kill counter as well. And after this we need a reference to our main text, which is basically this text. Okay, team need 10 kills to win, and whenever, which means that if the player make the score 10, then right here we will show blue team wins, and if the red one kills 10 our player teammates, then we will show red team wins. Okay, so that's why we need a reference to that. And as you know, we are dealing with the UI, so at the top make sure that you type using Unity engine dot UI. After this, let's scroll down and create a enumerator type function by the name of win or lose, and in here we will update our player kill counter and enemy kill counter, and after that we will check that if the player kills 10 enemies first, or if the enemies kills the player first, okay, 10 times, then we will show win or lose. So first of all, let's update the player kill counter text, okay, which will be basically this text. Okay, and a value to this will be passed from the enemy script. So whenever the enemy dies, we will add one value to this kills, and then that kill will be shown right here. So we will say player kill counter dot text will be equals to add double quotes and then type kills, and as I told you, these kills will be passed from the enemy script. So whenever the enemy dies, this kills will be increased by 1. But for now, let's just focus it here. After this, we want to increase the enemy kill counter dot text, and as you know that this will be increased whenever our player AI or player dies. Okay, so value will be passed from these two scripts. So right here let's type enemy kills. That's it. So now we have the kills. Now we will check that if the kills become greater than or equals to 10, okay, if the player and the player teammate kill the enemies 10 times, then what we want to do, we want to show that blue team wins. So for that we will say main text will be equals to blue team victory, and after this we will say player prefs dot set int, and right here we want to store the kills, so we will say kills and then kills. Okay, and what this player pref dot set int will do is basically player pref is a class that store player preferences between game sessions. It can store a string, float, integer value into the user platform registry. Okay, so Unity stored player prefs data differently based on which operating system the application runs on. For example, if it is on the computer, then it will store it somewhere in the C drive maybe, or if it is on the mobile phone, then it will store the data in the application cache. Okay, so basically we use player pref for storing the data, and since this skill is integer, so that's why we use set int. And the reason we are doing this is because we want to store our kills. Okay, so for example, if we kill the enemy, then the total number of player kills will be 1, so we will store that in the player prefs, and after that if we kill it again, then we will increase it by 1, so now we have 1 stored in our cache, and it will 1 plus 1 equals to 2, so then the player kills will be then equals to 2. Okay, now, so now we have stored the kills. After that, it means that if the player wins, then what we want to do, we will say time dot time scale. Okay, and this will be equals to 0f. We will stop the time, and after pausing the game, what we will do, we will say yield return new, and then wait for seconds, and we want to wait for 5 seconds after that. And then what we will do, we want to reload the scene again. Actually, we want to restart the game again if the player wins. So for that, first of all, we need a reference to the Unity engine.scene management. Okay, and as you know, this is our scene name, which is TDM room. So click on file, build settings, and drag and drop this in there. Okay, in the build settings, that's it. It gives this error, and this is due to this, so change it to header. Okay, now after 5 seconds we want to restart the game, so we will say scene manager dot load scene, and we want to load the TDM room scene. What was its name again? Okay, TDM room. So TDM room, that's it. Now let's do the same for the enemy kills. Okay, so else if the enemy kills become greater than or equals to 10, then what we want to do, we want to do the same, but right here we will say red team victory, and instead of this we will say enemy kills, and then right here also we will type enemy kills. We will stop the time, and we will wait for 5 seconds, and after that we will reload the scene. That's it. So now, for example, if the kills are 10, okay, and we store that kills in our cache, and then we restart the game, okay, then our kills will be 10. Okay, so we need a way to just clear that kills out whenever we restart the game, but let's just do that in the future video. For now, let's just test this thing out so that if it works or not. For that, in the update function right here, we will say start coroutine, and let's call this function, which is win or lose, and that's it. Now we need to pass the kills and the enemy kills to the script. So first of all, let's start it from the enemy. So whenever the enemy dies, we want to give the kills a value. So for that, first of all, we need a reference to our score manager script. So score manager, let's name this as score manager as well. Now let's scroll down. After the enemy is being dead, so we will say score manager dot kills and plus equals to 1. That's it. So now whenever we kill the enemy, our score will increase by 1. And now let's do the same for the player AI as well. So whenever our teammate dies, we want to do the same. So first of all, let's copy the reference from there, paste it at the top, and then right down below we will say whenever our teammate dies we want to increase the enemy kills as well. So after he dies, let's increase the score. That's it. Now let's save this script. Now let's click on these player AIs and let's attach the score manager script. But first of all, we need to assign these things to the score manager. So for the player kill counter, let's add this player score counter, and then for the enemy, let's drag and drop that one, and then for the main text, let's drag and drop this text right there. That's it. Now let's play the game. Let's actually change to scene view, and now you will notice that whenever we kill the enemy, the score will be increased. Okay, the score is not increasing, and let me tell you that why, because we didn't add the score manager reference right here. So now just drag and drop this player UI in there, and it will automatically select the score manager and also select all of the enemies, and drag and drop this player UI in there, and it will select the score manager script. Okay, so now everything is set up. Let's play the game and you will see the values increasing whenever we kill the enemy. As you can see, whenever we kill the enemy the score increases. But as you can see now, the game is now being stopped because the 10 kills are added. But you notice one problem, that if we kill the enemy, okay, it just kept on increasing our score again and again. So what we can do in order to fix this, okay, we want that if we kill a single enemy, then we want this to be 1, okay, not infinity. So whenever our enemy dies, okay, right here, whenever the enemy dies, first of all we will make their capsule collider disabled. Okay, so we will say game object dot get component, and we want to get the capsule collider. We will set the dot enabled to false. Okay, so when the enemy dies we will simply disable their capsule collider, so that whenever we hit the enemy will have no collider. Okay, and then when the enemy is being respawned, then we will make their collider again to true, because we want to hit that enemy again. Now let's do the same for the player AI. So whenever the player dies, first of all we want their capsule collider to be deactivated, and when the player is respawned we want it to be activated. That's it. Save it, get back to Unity, and now you will notice it. Click on this player UI. Let's kill this enemy. As you can see now, it just give us 1 kill. As you can see, when we kill him, the enemy is now dead. Let's kill this enemy again. Okay, we have now 4, 5. Okay, they are dead. So it means that it works perfectly fine now. As you can see, let's close the game, and actually let's open up our player AIs, and let's make their shooting radius, some of their shooting radius as 9 and 8. Okay, so that we play a fair game. Now let's play it again and let the enemies kill our player UIs. Okay, they are running towards each other. As you can see, our player is dead. Okay, but the score is not increased if you notice it, and that is because instead of enemy kills we type kills right here. Okay, so it was just increasing the player kills. Okay, instead of the kills now type enemy kills on the player AI. Okay, so now whenever our player dies it will increase the score. Now let's play it again. Let's run towards the enemies. Okay, there they are killing each other. Okay, now as you can see the score is increasing on both sides. As you can see now it looks pretty much fine. As you can see, now we win the game. As you can see it shows blue team victory, and now after 5 seconds, as you can see it will restart our game, and the score is being again 0 and 0. Okay, it looks fine. And guys, now in the next video we will make this score to be 0 whenever we restart the game. Okay, for now as you can see it restart the score back to 0, but this is because we are playing this on Unity. Okay, so whenever we play the game it just restart the whole scene, so that's why it works fine. But if you play this on mobile phones then it will store the number of kills in the cache, and then if the users want to play the game again then it will show the kills as 10. So we don't want that, we want this code to be reset. So now in the next video we will type a code for that to reset this score. So catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and open up the score manager. Okay, right here, and then at the top let's create a awake function, and then we will say that if player prefs dot has key. Okay, and that key is the kills. Okay, this key, and if it has any value then what we want to set the skills equals to player prefs dot get integer, and we want to set it back to 0. Let's do the same for the enemy kills as well. Let's copy this whole line, paste it down below, change this to else if it is the enemy kills, then the enemy kills will be resetted back to 0, and that is it. You will not see this code working on the Unity. Okay, but if you play this game on mobile phones then, and we will play it on mobile phones, okay, and then you will notice this score will be set back to 0 whenever the game is being restarted. Okay, for now it will not work on this. So now after this the next thing which is remaining is the mobile inputs. So now in the next video we will work on that, so catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so now from this video onwards we will start adding mobile inputs. So for that, first of all you will be needing this joystick pack. This is the creator name. This is actually a free asset on the Unity asset store. So add this to your assets and then click on open in Unity, then open Unity editor, and you will find this in the package manager open automatically. Then simply download it and then click on this import. Okay, let's import this whole thing. Okay, after importing you will notice it right here in the prefabs there are many joysticks. As you can see, we need this fixed joystick. First of all, let's change back to simulator. Let's add this. Okay, here it is, the joystick. Let's click on prefab, unpack completely, and let's rename this to player joystick. Let's go inside the sprites. Okay, click on this player joystick. Let's drag and drop this controller in there, controller sprite, and then on the handle let's drag and drop this circle in there. That's it. So we have the joystick right there. Now in order to make this work, for now if you play the game you will notice that it will not work, as you can see. So we don't want that. We want this to be working. Okay, whenever we move it up and to the left and right, we want the player to rotate and move forward and backward. So for that, let's click on our player script. Here it is. Right here at the top, let's create a public bool and let's name this mobile and then inputs. Okay, and then down below we will say public fixed. Since we have added the fixed joystick, so we need a reference to that as well. So we will say public fixed joystick and let's name this as joystick. Okay, now let's get down right here. Okay, let's just cut all of this, and first of all we will say that if the mobile inputs is turned on, okay, then what we want to do, we want to play the game on the joystick. Else what we will do, we will paste that code in here, okay, like this, and let me move this right there. Okay, now if the mobile inputs aren't turned on, then what we want to do, we will basically do the same as we did right here. Actually I have a copy of it, so let's just copy and paste it again right here, and let's move it forward. And the only thing we need to change in this code is right here, instead of this input get axis, remove that. Right here we will type joystick dot not G, it's horizontal, and then right here you will say joystick dot vertical. That's it. And guys, since we are using the joystick right here, make sure that you add this as well using Unity engine. Actually it is, I think, just leave it and change this S right here to small s. Okay, fixed joystick, the S should be small or else it will give you an error. Just save that script and get back right here, click on the player. As you know, on the player it needs this joystick, so just drag and drop it, and if you click on player joystick, as you can see, the fixed joy script is already added, and we have, when we drag and drop the fixed joystick in right here in the player UI. Okay, now what we need to do is actually click on player and turn on the mobile inputs. It means that yes, we are on the mobile phone now. Okay, so now if we move this, as you can see, we are moving wherever we point our joystick. But our player also shoot as well, as you can see. We don't want that. Okay. Actually, if we change into game view, now let's play it. You will notice that first of all, let's go to the player script and right here make this code comment. We don't want to lock our cursor when we play the game. Now in the game view, let's play the game. You will notice that when we move, as you can see, it moves our camera as well. We don't want that. We want the camera movement to be moved from the touch. Okay, so when the user touch right here on the screen, then we want to rotate our camera. We don't want to rotate our camera on this. Okay, so if you notice it right here, when we try to move this, as you can see, our camera rotates with the mouse as well. This is due to the Cinemachine. Okay, we don't want to move our camera, and also we don't want to shoot when we click on this screen. We want to have a separate shoot button right here on side. Okay, and the other thing, if you notice that now our mobile inputs is working and the keyboard inputs are not working. Now turn this off. Now as you can see it again, the mobile inputs are now turned off and the PC inputs is working again, as you can see. So this works as well. Now we want to add the functionality so that when we touch on the screen, we want to rotate our camera then, but before that we will have to add the other buttons for sprinting and for the shooting, aiming and jumping. Okay, first of all we will add that, and then in the final video we will do the camera movement thing. Okay, so with this done, catch you guys in the next one. Okay, so let's go ahead and add our sprint button. Let me change this into game view. Okay, then let's open up the script. We will do the same as we did for the walking. So if we come down right here, okay, as you can see, this is the code. Let's just actually remove that and remove that as well. And actually let's remove all of this code. Okay, what we will do is to simply copy the code from here. Okay, this if condition, else condition, and then all of that, copy it, and then right down below inside this function, let's just paste it. That's it. And the first thing which we will be changing is this. Okay, so from player speed, let's change this to player sprint, and then current player sprint, and then player sprint. Okay, let's copy that. In the else block, let's paste it. Okay, after that, now as you can see, we will have a separate joystick for our sprinting. Okay, this is for walking. Now we need a joystick for sprinting as well. This is bottom left. So for sprinting, let's go inside joystick, prefabs, fixed joystick, drag and drop it in there. Let's go inside the scene view. Let's focus on this. Click on prefab, untap completely, and then let's name this as player sprint joystick. Okay, and what we can do with this is to actually move it on this side like that, and then click on sprites. Let's add this square right there, and then for the handle, let's actually drag and drop this running like that, then click on this. Okay, this whole game object, and let's resize this like this. Okay, this should be for sprinting. Let's see, we resize the running sprite as well, like that. Okay, so this will be for sprinting. I think it looks good like this. Now right here, let's create a reference for the sprinting joystick. So at the top we will do the same, copy it, paste it down below, just change this to sprint joystick. Actually make the J small, that's it. Now if you scroll down, right here instead of the joystick type sprint joystick, and that is it. Now if we save this and get back to Unity, click on player, let's drag and drop the sprint joystick right there. Okay, and let's play the game. You will notice that if we try to move, as you can see, our player is jumping and moving and sprinting at the same time. So for that, if we move up right here in the update function, we will say that if the current player speed is greater than 0, it means that if we are moving the player, okay, then we want the sprint joystick to be equals to null. Okay, we just want the sprint joystick reference to be equals to null. Okay, else what we want to assign the sprint joystick. So for that we will say fixed joystick, and then let's create a sprint joystick equals to game object dot find. We need to find the sprint. Actually, what was it name? It's player sprint joystick, so let's copy that name, and right here we want to find the object with this name, and then we will say get component, and we want to get the fixed joystick. Okay, now we have a reference to that. Now let's assign this to the sprint joystick. So sprint joystick is equals to sprint.js. So now if we are moving, then our player will just simply move on this joystick, and if you are sprinting, then we will only sprint on this joystick. Okay, now if we play the game, and actually let me click on the player. Okay, now let's try to run. I don't know why the player is jumping again and again. Let's scroll down. Here is the jump function. So right here in the sprint function, when we are running, then we don't want our player to jump. Okay, so actually remove that from there. It was due to this animation, because we have copied this from the move function, so that's why this animation was left there. Okay, so just simply remove it, and now actually we will have to change these animations because this is for the walking. So actually if we are sprinting, then we want to play these animation, and else we want to do not this. Okay, we want to do this. So you can just pause the video and type all of this, and let's now just do it for the else block as well. So paste it there and copy that, paste it right there. Our code was just messed up because we have copied the code from the move function. Okay, that's why. Now it looks good. Save it, get back right here, Let's play it. Now try to sprint. As you can see, we can sprint. Let me turn off the volume. I can't see the button. Okay, for now let's just ignore it. But as you can see, we can now sprint. Okay, and we can also run. Sorry, we can also move. Okay, as you can see. But our player shoots, so that's why it looks really confusing. So now in the next video we will add the aim button and also the fire button so that our game doesn't look this confusing. Okay, we want a separate button for firing and aiming. Okay, because like this, as you can see, it looks really messed up. So we will do that in the next video. Okay, so now in this video we will add the aim button and also the fire button. So for that you will be needing this package, which is standard asset for Unity 2018.4. This is from the Unity Technologies. This is a free package and this is the package file. So just go ahead and search for this. Okay, as you can see, it has all of the things which we needed, which is this cross-platform inputs, various mobile control rigs ready to drag and drop in. Okay, we need the mobile inputs from this package. So click on open Unity editor. Here it is. First of all, download this, and then after downloading, click on import. Right here there is so many things. Okay, as you can see, so we will just simply import all of them. Okay, so you simply click on import, and now it will take a minute or two to import, so just wait for it. So as you can see, it is being imported. It shows error right here on the script, so just double click on it, and the only thing which we will be changing is basically this. So let's change this to text. Okay, if you have this error, then change that to text, and at the top make sure that you use this unity engine.ui at the top. Okay, so now as you can see, the error is being gone, and after adding this package you will see this mobile inputs at the top. Make sure that you enable this. Okay, it will be automatically enabled, but if it's not, then make sure to enable the mobile inputs up there, and then you will see this standard assets right here. Okay, it has this cross-platform inputs, it has all of these scripts right here. Okay, as you can see. So now let's start adding the buttons. So the first button which we want to add is the fire button. So for that, inside the player UI, let's go UI and then legacy and then button, and let's name this as shoot. Okay, there is the shoot button. Let's actually go inside scene view. There it is. Let's move this shoot button to somewhere right here. Okay, and let's remove the text from this button. We just want the button, and then inside the button drag and drop this sprite in there, set native size. Okay, and turn on this image actually, and now let's resize this button. Let's see it in the emulator. Okay, there it is. Let's resize it a bit more. Okay, this much will be enough. So basically this will be our fire button. Let's make sure that it matches the height of this. Okay, so there will be our fire button, and then right here we will add the aim button, but first of all let's focus on this one. Okay, so after adding the fire button, on this shoot button right here, click on add component, and then search for a script which is by the name of button handler. Okay, and right here name this button. Okay, right here we will type the name of this button. So let's name this as shoot. Okay, so now this button name will be shoot, and this button handles script comes with this standard assets. Okay, if you go inside the cross platform, right here, as you can see, there are many. Right here you will find this button handler script, okay, which we have added right here. So this comes with the standard assets. That's why I've told you to add this inside your project. So just name your button whatever you want, but I will name this as shoot. And after this I will add a event trigger, okay. And inside this event trigger I will add a new event by the name of pointer down, okay. And inside this pointer down I will click on this add to list, and let's drag and drop this script in there, and then click on function, then button handler, and select this set down state, okay. Then add a new event by the name of pointer up, and drag and drop the shoot script, the shoot button actually, and the button handler script, and right here select now the set up state. That's it. Do this and your fire button will be ready. Now let's just implement this. So whenever we click on this, we want to fire. In the rifle script, let's scroll up. First of all, we need a reference to our this mobile inputs bool, where it is actually on the player script, okay. Let's scroll up, and there it is. We need a reference to this button. So on the rifle script, as you can see, we already have a reference by the name of player, and using that we have a reference to the player speed and player sprint, okay. So now we already have that. So what we will do, here are the inputs. Let's actually cut all of these inputs, and then we will say that if player dot mobile inputs is equals to true, then we want the mobile inputs to work, else we want the PC inputs to work, okay. So just paste this in there. That's it. Now let's move it right there. That's it. Now for the mobile inputs, let's actually copy and paste this again, okay. So just copy it, paste it in there, and now instead of this, what we will do is to say that if we hit that shoot button which we have created, okay, then we want to shoot. But before that, at the top right here, you will need to add this library or package if you want, which is using Unity standard assets dot cross platform inputs, because we are using the cross platform inputs from that package. And then down below in here we will simply say that cross platform input manager dot get button, and we want to get the shoot button, okay, which we have created. Right here if you see, we have this shoot button which is by the name of shoot, okay. So whatever you name it, make sure that you type that name right here, okay. So now if we try to shoot on that button, it will shoot. So make sure that the mobile inputs are turned on, or else it will not work. If you check right here, we already enabled that, but we also need to change this to Android as well, because we are now on the Windows, Mac, Linux, okay. We don't want that. We are building this game for Android, so make sure that you switch platform to Android. So it will take a while, but after switching the platform, now you can be able to run this game on Android devices. For that you will have to just click on this, and then actually click on edit, then project settings, then click on editor, and right here change this to any Android device, and then connect your phone. First of all, download the Unity remote in your Android mobile phone. After that, turn on that Unity mobile application, and then you will see your device right here. But we will not do that for now. We have now switched the platform. Now if we play the game, you will notice that now the fire button will work. As you can see, the fire button is now working perfectly fine. And now if we try to run, as you can see, our player is able to sprint. We can walk as well, as you can see right here, and we can sprint as well. But we can't move our camera. I mean, we will be able to move our camera on the Android device phone like this. Let me show it to you. Consider this a mobile phone. Okay, when we play the game, our camera will move with this joysticks. Okay, we don't want that. We want the camera to be moved on touch. Okay, so when we touch right here, then we want to move our camera left, right, up and down. Okay, like that. But that is for the future. For now, we will have to add the aim button and also the jump button, so we will do that in the next video. Okay, so let's quickly go ahead and add our aim button. For that, right here, actually let's just duplicate the shoot button and let's rename this to aim, and after that click on scene actually, and then move this button a little bit to that side. Okay, right there. Then go inside sprites, let's drag and drop the aim sprite in there. Okay, and let's make sure it matches this. Okay, let's move it right there. This will be the aim button. Then right here we will have the shoot button. Now click on aim right here. Let's rename this to aim as well. And now let's drag and drop that in there and in there as well. Now select button handler, then set down state, and for this one button handler set up state. That's it. Get back to the rifle script now. As you can see, here is the mobile inputs. So first of all, let's set the shoot and walk button right here. So if we are shooting, okay, right here type that if we are shooting, and then instead of this, because on the mobile our W button will not work, of course, so for checking if we are shooting and walking, then we want to play the fireworks. So for that, instead of the buttons, we will say player dot current speed is greater than 0. So if the player current speed is greater than 0, it means that the player is walking, and then if the player try to shoot, then we want to play the firework. And after that, if the player shoot and aim, so for that let's just copy this and paste it right here, then paste it right here as well, but this time change this to aim. Okay, so if we are shooting and aiming, then we want to play this animation, and else we will play this. Okay, if you are not shooting, not aiming. And then this is the PC controls, and yep, we are done with this. So now our player will be able to aim and shoot as well. Let's get back right here to this. Let's get to the simulator mode, and now let's try to aim. Okay, so actually we are not being able to aim because aiming is done on this switch cameras as well. So let's change the code right there as well. So right here, first of all, we need a reference to the player script. So let's copy that reference from there to right here, and then in the update function we have the code for aiming. Okay, so let's just copy all of this, actually cut it, and then say that if player dot mobile inputs is turned on, then we want to show the mobile inputs. Okay, we want to make that work, else we were on the PC inputs. Okay, Let's move this right there. After this, now let's copy and paste this in here as well. And now let's move it. Then right here, let's remove this, and we will just copy this. So if we are aiming and if we are moving, so we will use this line. Okay, so if we are aiming and moving, we will play these animations. And then if we are just aiming, so we will play that, and else we are in the idle. Okay, so there is the mobile inputs and then there is the PC inputs. That's it. Let's save this now. Get back right here. It shows this error. This is because at the top you will need to type this using Unity standard assets.cross-platform, and then as you can see the error is gone. And now if we click on player, as you can see the switch camera script is not attached, so let's attach the script. I don't know why we first attach it, but it was just gone from there. So now let's drag and drop the third person camera, then the aim camera right there, and then the canvas. So aim canvas and then third person canvas, and the player as well, and then the animator. Actually drag and drop the third person camera, okay, not the third person Cinemachine right there. And now if you play the game, you will notice that our aiming will work as well. As you can see, we can now aim and we can fire, and we can aim and fire, but for now I don't have a mobile phone, so it will not work, because for now I can just only click one thing. Okay, on the mobile phone you will be able to click twice and thrice. Okay, so now we have the walking input, we have the sprint input. As you can see, we can sprint forward and backward. Then we have fire, we have aiming, as you can see, and then we have everything right there, magazines, ammo, etc, etc, and then we have this right there. But if you notice, it doesn't show the magazines. So actually let's play the game again. As you can see, the magazines are now gone. But if we check our rifle, and then in there debug mode we have the magazines 14, but I think this is due to some size issues. Okay, so if you click on this text in there, okay, rifle info, mag text, let's change back to normal mode, let's make it 14. Actually let's stop the game and let's resize this a little bit now. Okay, like that. That's it. Let's play it now. And now let's shoot. Okay, now we can see our number of magazines. Okay, so now we have the mobile inputs set up. Now in the next video we want to change our camera movement. We want it to be a touch movement. Okay, so when we touch in that way, we want to move to the left and right side and up and down. Okay, so we will do that in the next video. Okay, so now as you can see, we can't rotate our camera. Okay, so we need to type a script. So when we play the game on mobile devices, then we want to rotate the camera using the touch. Okay, we don't want this movement. Okay, we want the touch movement. So for that, what we will do is to actually type a script. Okay, and then using that script we will be able to rotate our camera using touch fields. Okay, So now first of all, we don't need this third person Cinemachine, but for now let's just leave this as it is, and let's create a C# script right here by the name of mouse look. Okay, and then open the script, and in here create a header by the name of minimum and maximum camera view. Okay, and then we will say public const float. Let's create a y minimum, which will be equals to minus 50 10f, or you can say just 50f actually. And after this, let's create a private const again. Let's name this as float y maximum, and this is basically the minimum and maximum values on which the camera will rotate left and right and up and down. Okay, actually up and down. Now let's create another header, and this will be by the name of camera view. In here we want the camera to look at the player, so for that we will create a look at point. Okay, and let's create a reference to our player as well. After this, let's create a header by the name of camera position, and now right here we will create a public float by the name of camera distance, and this will be basically the distance from the player to the camera. And then create two private float. First one will be current x and then current y, and they will be 0f. After this, create a public float, and this will be our camera sensitivity, which will be equals to 4f. By default we will be able to change it, so that's why we make it public. After this, we need a reference to our touch field, or you can say to the floating joystick. Actually make the s small. Okay, and let's name this as floating joystick. That's it. Then down below create a late update function, and in here the current x will be plus equals to floating joystick dot horizontal, and we will multiply that by the camera sensitivity, and then with time dot delta time, because we want the camera movement to be smooth. Okay, and after this the current y will be then minus equals to floating joystick dot vertical and multiplied by the camera sensitivity and current time. Then we will say current y is equals to math f. Now we want the up and down movement of the camera to be restricted by this y minimum and y maximum. Okay, because we don't want our camera to just go inside the surface. Okay, so for that we will say mathf dot clamp, then current y, and then let's pass the y minimum and then the y maximum. That's it. After this we will create a vector 3 by the name of direction, and this will be equals to new vector 3. In here for the y we will pass 0, for the z 0, then for the x we will pass the minus camera distance, and the reason we use minus distance because If we use just camera distance, then if we try to move our camera to the right side, it will move to the left. And if we try to move it to the left, it will move to the right. So that's why we use the minus sign right here to just simply make the rotation flip. Okay, then we will say quaternion rotation, and then quaternion dot Euler. Let's pass the current y and the current x, and then for the we will pass 0. Then we will set transform dot position. Now we want the camera to look at the look point, so the transform dot position of the camera will be equals to the look at dot position, and then we will say plus rotation, and let's multiply that by direction. And then we want the camera to look at the look at, so look at dot position. That's it. So this will be our mouse look script. You guys change this to y minimum actually. Okay, and then right here we have the script ready. Now we can just simply delete this third person Cinemachine and aim Cinemachine, so delete both of them. Now we don't have the cameras, we just have the camera right here, which is this main camera. And what we want to do with this camera is that this camera will be basically our third person camera, so let's name this as third person camera. Okay, remove the Cinemachine brain, and to this third person camera, now let's add the script. We want this camera to look at the player, and let's create a look point for the player. So we will create an empty game object, and this will be by the name of camera look point. Let's click on third person camera. Oops, where is our camera? There it is. Let's actually name this as third person camera. Okay, then in there add that. Now let's move this look point up here. Okay, now let's click on the third person camera. Now it needs the floating joystick actually, so let's get back to the 2D mode. Let's focus upon right here. Go inside joystick, prefabs, floating joystick. Let's drag and drop this inside player UI. Then click on this, prefab unpack completely. Here is our joystick, so move it right there. Now let's resize it, so this will be our touch area. Okay, from here the player will be able to rotate the camera in this floating area. Okay, and actually make this transparent. So if we click on that, let's actually click on background and make this transparent. Open up the background, let's make the handle transparent as well. That's it. Now let's just quickly test our camera and see how does it looks. Okay, as you can see, it shows object reference offset. Okay, there it is. Let's assign our floating joystick there. And now we want this to follow the player. Now as you can see, this camera is following the player, but if you notice, it is really far away. So now we need to fix the camera distance. If you click on this, let's make the distance as 2 or 1, no, make it 2, and then let's move the player camera look point a little bit above. So go inside 2D mode, let's focus on our player. Actually, let me remove these stupid AIs because they are firing at each other and making me sick. Okay, so there is the player now. Let's go inside simulator. There he is. Let's click on third person camera. Let's make this 2. Okay, and you can notice now that our camera is moving by the touches. Okay, let's make the sensitivity 200 now, and as you can see we can just switch the camera rotation by using touches, as you can see. Okay, we can move as well, we can do this as well. Okay, so the camera sensitivity will be 100, or actually let's make this 200 and let's make this 2. And now let's fix the camera look point. Okay, so if we click on the player camera look point, let's actually move this right here. Okay, and move the look point up here, then to this side. Okay, it looks good like this. So now let's copy the component, that's it. Now let's click on player and paste component values. Now if we play the game, you will notice now that it is looking pretty fine, as you will see. But now we don't have the aim camera, so let's create the aim camera as well now. So just simply duplicate this third person camera, where it is, third person camera, duplicate it, move it right there, and change its name to aim camera. Okay, and then let's deactivate that third person camera and activate the aim camera. And now let's set up the aim camera. So for aiming, I think we will just make this 1. Okay, that is it. So make this 1 for the aim camera. Now let's activate the third person camera, then click on the player. As you can see now, it's the aim camera, so drag and drop the aim camera, then it's the third person camera, so drag and drop that, and that is it. Now these errors will be gone as well. So now if we play the game, you will notice the camera switching. Okay, as you can see, now if we try to fire, there is the fire and there is the aim, fire and there is the aim. Okay, so now everything is working fine. We now have the PC inputs, we have the mobile inputs, and now we will have to test this on our mobile phone. Okay, so you can test this on your own. I mean, you will know how to test this on the mobile phone, but if you don't, then follow the next video. In that I will tell you how we will test this on our mobile phone. So let's just end this video right here. So guys, let's just add the remaining jump button right here. So for that, in the player UI, let's just duplicate this aim button. Okay, and go inside scene view, let's move right here. Okay, let's change the name of it to jump. Let's also change the button name to jump as well, and let's drag and drop the script in there. And then for this one, select this set down state, and then for this one select set up state, and then Let's select the sprite. So sprites, we have the jump sprite right here. Let's drag and drop it in there. So now we have the jump button as well. Now let's set this up inside the player script. If you scroll down, we have this jump button right here. So at the top we will say that if the mobile inputs is equals to true is enabled, then we want to jump on the mobile button, else we want to jump on these buttons. Okay, let's move it here, let's copy it, paste it in there, and now let's change this to cross platform dot get button down jump. That's it. Now let's save the game, and at the top right here make sure that you add this using Unity standard assets dot cross platform. And now right here let's play the game, and now if we try to jump, now as you can see we are able to jump as well. Let's open up this player body, and right here it needs the aim camera and then the third person camera and then the player as well. So drag and drop the player in there. That's it. And also let's make the movement of these cameras a little bit lower. So make the third person camera sensitivity 100 and the aim camera sensitivity 50. That's it. So in this video I will tell you how you can run your own game on Android devices. Okay, I will tell you step by step how to build your game on Android mobile phones. So for that, if you click on file, actually click on edit and then project settings, and in the project settings if you click on editor, then right here your option will be for the device will be none. So make sure that you change it to any Android device. Okay, and after that, inside your phone make sure that you have downloaded this application, which is Unity Remote 5. Okay, and after that plug in your Android devices, and before plugging make sure that you are in the developer mode and also the USB debugging is turned on. Okay, after that plug in your device. Okay, and once that is plugged in, go click on file, build setting, and right here in this run device click refresh, and then click on this. Right here you will see your device. For example, this is my device, so I will click on it. Okay, and now before building my game, as you can see it is in the landscape mode. So for that I will have to do the settings first of all. So click on this player settings and then player, and right here in the resolution we want the default orientation to be auto rotate, but we want this portrait upside down to be turned off. Okay, that's it. And right here you can write your product name and company name if you want, and after doing that you can just simply click on build and run, and it will open up this. So inside my TDM clone folder I will create a new folder by the name of, let's just say, game setup, and inside this game setup it will basically store the apk file. So I will select this folder, and inside this folder I will click save, but before saving let's name this as tdm clone. Now let's click save, and now in few minutes it will create a apk, and then on this Android device the app will be running. And make sure that you have opened up this Unity remote. Just keep this open and just wait for this, and then in a few minutes it will be running. As you can see right here, our game is being launched. As you can see right here, you guys can't see the fire button and the aim button, and that is because of our UI. Okay, so if we click on our UI, here is the shoot and here is the aim, Okay, let's just actually go inside 2D mode and let's set this up. We want the aim to be on the bottom left and the shoot to be on the bottom left as well. And let's move this aim right above there and this shoot to be right here. Okay, let's actually move it a little bit down below, and now let's build and run it again. Okay, so it is running again as you can see, and now we have the aim and the fire button set up as you can see. So now we can aim and we can shoot, but let me test this out on the mobile phone and show it to you guys. So as you can see, it is working perfectly fine. So in this way you can test this game on your own Android phone. Okay, and with this done, let's end this video right here.